Okay, good morning everyone. Thanks for coming. And it seems like we have a quorum, so we're going to get underway. And it's the landscape in camera category today, sponsored by our big daddy sponsor, Sony. And that's a wonderful commitment they've made to us. So obviously we've got a great organisation because we've attracted a great sponsor like that. And just to give you an idea of the commitment, the New Zealand Professional Photographer of the Year and the Australian Professional Photographer of the Year will each take home a $10,000 Sony prize pack, which is pretty amazing. And the category winners will each take home a certificate, crystal engraved trophy and a share of prizes from a 10,000 prize pool. So that's a fantastic commitment to our institute, and we thank them very much, both for being our main sponsor and the sponsor of this category. So it's in-camera landscape, which is the landscape in-camera category is intended for landscape photographs that depict the natural or urban environment in a way that closely represents the authenticity of the original scene. So we're on to that. Excuse me, get my voice going. Right, so and my very pretty assistant has just got prettier. Welcome, Belinda. Good morning.
I think it's just because I'm close to the mic. I want to move the microphone a bit closer. I'm going to do that. Check.
Ask them to speak into the mic, it would be great.
Check the mic, check. 1, 2, 3.
Check.
Russell, can you speak into the mic a little bit more?
Oh, my neck wasn't long enough before, but it is now. Thank you. And I'm going to steal Jason's idea of a stopwatch for you guys.
Yeah.
So how much is it? 40 seconds for the look at the print, Jason, is it?
That's what I do.
That's what you do. That's good stuff. Okay, you want to select 5 people out of all that, or are you ready to rock? And exclusions are in, are they?
We haven't had the run through.
Oh, I see. You haven't had the run through, right. Oh, I just saw some numbers up there, so I thought they were in already.
Professionalism is down.
Pardon? Yes. Okay, so let's. We're going to start the run through, guys. So zone in from here. who? Mika and who?
Chris Saunders.
Saunders, sorry.
It'll be some of them. There's thank you.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you. So welcome to all those who might be live streaming as well. Good morning to you also. And for those that are here, that are watching and observing, we do have what we call an Ian Paul Award, which is a little voting box out in the display area where the prints are. And it's where you get to vote for your favourite judge. So we have some wonderful judges. So if you have a favourite one, make the time to go out there and enter them into the Ian Paul Award, and at the dinner you'll see who has won that. So that's great. So have you got yourself a little collection here? All right. It's for them. So these are on. So they're on, they're off. Oh, I see 5 on the bottom. Okay, I didn't understand what was going on there. Okay, so welcome to the panel, please. We have Rachel Smith, Kay Davis, Jason Blair, Tony Stewart and Janine Fletcher. Try go boy, girl, maybe.
I assume I'm floating. Oh no, I exist.
So now I can...
How good is this team?
Was at the top of the list, isn't it? Doesn't mean anything.
Assistant, even though I just invited myself in this one.
Just waiting for the system to kick in, guys, and we'll get into it.
You got some paper for making notes?
Yeah, they fix it. I can give you one piece.
No.
Everybody logged in?
Yes.
Hands up when you're good to go. All right, awesome. So, first print. So first print, please. Okay, very even scoring across the panel there, and we have a 77 average. Everyone happy with that? Yeah.
Bronze award.
Beg your pardon? Oh, bronze water, beg your pardon, yes, of course. Early in the morning, thank you, Kay. Oh, yes, could we have a comment from the panel for the photographer? Kay, oh, go for it. No, you go, Jace.
All right. There's some things to really enjoy here, but the handling of the post-production has left the bottom half of the image a bit confusing, and your eye is being directed through the highlights and shadows to strange places.
Thank you, Jason. Next print, please. One more score, please. Once again, very even thinking on the panel. Bronze award, well done. 76. Everyone happy with that? Can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Thank you, Kay.
Yeah, delicately handled print, and the tonal range is really lovely. I think what would make it lift it a little bit for me was maybe having the door open, just in terms of seeing what's behind there, just giving a little glimpse of what might be behind there.
Thank you, Kay. Next print, please. Okay, well done. We have a bronze award at 74. There is an elective challenge if someone wants to take it up.
Look, I will take it. I
Tony?
was silver 81.
70. Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry. Quite right. So that means no. Can't. Oh, I slipped up
Or
there.
if you, I thought we could.
Can you?
You can challenge. You can challenge if you're 5 points away from the announced score,
Yes,
or if you're in the next scoring range.
that's right. Which he is. No? No?
Yeah. Tony was looking to challenge.
Yes, that's right. So I'm just clarifying with Jess. Yeah, go for it, Tony.
Green for gold. Green for go. It's a very simple image, and initially I wasn't too sure about it. Then the more I looked at it, I realised it's a very strong representation of man taking over the environment. This is the roof line mirroring hills and the valleys and the glens and the peaks and the troughs. It's a statement of man imposing on a landscape, and we often see this with rolling hills. I think it's a really powerful shot. The colour of the sky and the roof line is blending in as natural colours. I think it's a very clever attempt beyond what initially looks like a very, a simple image, but it's that simplicity that has strength.
Thank you, Kay.
I'm not sure if anyone's.
I'm sorry?
Can I speak?
Yes, that's what I said. Thank you. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I scored at 68 in professional stando because I felt that was where it sits. I understand the concept of the roof lines and referencing hills and all that sort of thing. But to me, the power lines actually draw me back to a distraction. And I'm finding that the magenta tones and the clouds shouldn't really be there. So I'm finding that the image itself, the quality of the image itself, is just letting it down.
Thank you, Rachel. Yes?
I scored this image 77, so putting it into the bronze award range, because I did really enjoy the concept of the rooflines becoming ranges or mountains. I kept it in that bronze range because I found the handling of the highlights and the clouds was really, really heavy, and for the reasons that Kay mentioned.
Right of reply, Tony?
Look, it may be a bit of a push to go for silver, but I think at least worthy of bronze as some recognition of the concept that the authors conveyed to us.
Thank you, Tony. Will the score, please? Short of a score?
Oh, sorry, I thought I did.
I just Tony re-enters, yeah. Oh, got it. Well done, Tony. We've got it into bronze at 75.
Great, thank you.
We'll accept that score. And next print, please. Very even thinking across the panel once again, and we have a bronze at 75. Everyone happy? Thank you. We'll accept that score. And next print, please.
Comment.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Geez, I'll get into this sooner enough. Would anyone like to make a comment for the photographer? Tony, you're the closest to... Oh, no, there we go. No, so there we go. Go for it.
Look, congratulations to the photographer on achieving a bronze award. I really did enjoy this sort of old masters painterly look that was achieved with the multiple exposure in this image. Just the centre of the image was, whilst it was a beautiful colour, it was a little bit confusing and perhaps a little much going on there.
Thank you. All right, we'll accept that. And next print, please. All scores are in. Excellent. And the photographer could be excited by a silver award at 82. Kay would like to challenge that score. Thank you, Kay.
Yeah, thank you. Really well done to the photographer. I've scored this 86 just into the silver distinction. This is very cleverly being done. The whole, the angles that have been used to capture it, the separation, even the tiniest separation between the umbrella and the man's head, and when you're looking through the mirror, the placement of the little raindrops and everything like that. It's just giving you a real sense of being there and experiencing what this particular guy has experienced. The tonal range has been beautifully handled, and those, you know, the little blobs of water, they're out of focus, and that's what emphasises that whole drawing your eye back into the urban landscape and the figure in the scene. I see this as being excellent visual communication. So, silver distinction.
Thank you, Kay. Anyone else like to comment? Go for it.
Look, I scored this image 84, and thank you for challenging, Kay, because I did see what you see, but I also saw kind of a yin and yang kind of vibe going on in this image, and I thought the design was really strong.
Thank you, Janine. Anyone else? Kate?
Okay, I'm not seeing what's not silver distinction with that when I'm looking at the criteria. It's excellent level of technical craft, production and print quality, excellent visual communication. It's really emphasising that urban environment, and excellent level of imagination. It's not really something we normally see in terms of that perspective. And as Janine pointed out, the design of the image has been impeccably handled. So, yeah, I'd really push this into silver distinction. Thanks, judges.
Thank you, judges. Rescore, please. Well done. We now have a distinction at 85. So we'll accept that score. Next print, please. we have an excellent silver at 83. There is somebody with his head above the carrots there. Jace, what would you like to say? What was your score?
I gave it 88, silver distinction, and I was considering sitting at silver, and the thing that pushed me up a notch was just how skillfully this has played with the idea of scale. I looked at this from a distance, and the patterns in the sand, the lights and darks give you a really interesting abstract image in and of themselves. I came in close. I thought I was looking at an aerial image of sheep on river plains or something, and then I saw the water on the left, and I realized that maybe it was a lot closer than that. I just feel like it works at so many different levels and different perspectives or levels of scale that that it adds something extra beyond that, and it's you know, to say that the level of craft skill and technique is excellent goes without saying. It's beautifully printed. It's tonally wonderful. It's really nicely done. But then it steps above that with that interplay of different scales. So I'd like to hear what you guys were thinking.
Would anyone else like to make a comment?
Yeah, I'll make a
Okay,
comment.
go for it, Kay.
I put this into not professional standard, sorry, under bronze at 78. The reason I did that is I saw all those beautiful things that you saw. Jace, oh, sorry, my brain is not really good at the moment.
Don't admit to that.
Yeah, I know, it's probably a scary thing. And I love, I love those basically almost hands reaching out and then being stopped by that water on the left. What let me down a little bit and kept me in the bronze range was the quality of the sheep. They're just these little, yes, you can tell they're probably sheep, but there's a really hard shadows underneath each of them, which I'm not 100% sure why that's created such a hard shadows. So they're not, and there's no detail in them. So I guess I was looking for a little bit more detail in the sheep, because they really make a statement around the scale of the image itself. But other than that, the image is really lovely.
Tony?
Look, good points from both colleagues. The illusory nature of this is I can't be sure if they are sheep. And I suspect we're actually seeing a very clever illusion which could present as sheep in hills, but it could actually be that they are stones on the sand at a much, much smaller scale. So to read it that way, I think we've got ambiguity, which is actually very clever. For me, scoring in silver, it's more the left-hand band sort of almost anchors it as being a sandscape more than a hillscape. That kind of takes a little bit of that magic away. That's where I was in silver.
Interesting comments so far. Anyone else? Bring it home, Jason.
I think we've just nailed exactly what's so good about it, is that I thought they were sheep as well. I don't think they are. I think you're correct that they may be shells or stones on a beach, but I'm still not totally sure. And the ripples in the water on the left are the key that unlocks potentially that it is a closer up of a sandscape. But the fact that you can have that there, you can anchor to that, kind of be brought into reality, but then you still have this part of you that your eye wants to see it as a different scale, as a large scale landscape. Gives you something to keep thinking about, which I think is really nice. So I rewarded that with silver distinction, and I'd invite you to come up a little.
Thank you, guys. Rescore, please. We have a higher silver at 84. Well done to the photographer. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Sorry.
We're just going to do a quick judge change. Rachel, if you could take a break for a minute, and I would like to bring on Mike, please. Mike? Yeah. Hello? Thank you. Next print, please.
Very even scoring across the panel. Thank you for that. But we have a silver at 80. Everyone happy? Comment for the photographer? Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, I have no idea of what I'm looking at, but I really enjoy it. But added to that, there's all these wonderful little faces that keep appearing along the bottom that I just go, wow. Well done.
Thank you, Michael. Next print, please. Once again, quite close thinking, but it has resulted in a bronze at 76. Are we happy with that? Okay, thank you for that. We'll accept that score. And next print, please. Oh, sorry. Comment for the photographer? Jason?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you got the... You gave it the most support. Do you want to have a crack? Or
I'll give it a, the comment. Look, I love the simplicity in it, and it's this type of image that I really love. I don't know if the pure white sky is helping, and the a bit much empty foreground. Just a balance between the elements is missing, maybe.
Thank you, Jason. We're just going to have a light adjustment for a second here.
I noticed that.
I didn't.
Well, you've been using this for
Can we have a blank screen, please?
Yep.
While we have this little break, I'd like to thank Panasonic for the wonderful contribution of the awesome screens we're looking at everywhere. Don't bang your head on them when you're getting up from the panel.
The one on this side seems to be not as intense either. Can you see that?
Angles.
This one doesn't seem to be as bright as the other one from this angle.
It's just a little more.
Slightly different colour.
I think it's a
Yeah.
focus. If it's a focus thing, not a.
I think it is, yeah.
I think
It's a different Frenzel. Oh well, that's okay.
Okay, so looks like we're good. Next print, please.
oh, hang on, I think they're
Oh,
still. He's gonna
oh, they're still fiddling, are they? Guess we'll get the nod. What's that?
Here he comes. He's coming.
Did they check the ambient room the other day? They checked that, but
Yeah.
not the ambient room.
God, the place is falling apart.
Make sure you visit the Sony stand when you get the opportunity, being our major sponsor. Wonderful product. And on the stand we have Kevin, Mike and Alice. Kevin, Mike and Alice on the Sony stand. So the pause is to check the light levels landing on the prints, so they're represented as closely and as properly as they can be. So everyone takes this very seriously, and a light meter has come out, and the brainy ones are trying to figure it out. Good. All right, we're good to go. So next print, please. We have a majority of 3 at 70. Very even thinking. We happy with that? Could we have a comment for the photographer, please? Okay.
A good idea, great concept here, but I think there just needs to be a little bit more information or detail to put it into a place to get the real feeling. I think there's not enough to focus on within the image.
Thank you, Kay. We'll accept that. Next print, please. Okay, we've resulted in a bronze award at 78. And we have a challenge from Michael. What was your score, Mike?
I gave this 83. I actually felt the subtlety of it is what's dragged it up, as opposed to just being, a good interpretation. I think they've really felt the scene and interpreted the scene appropriately. So the soft pastel colours, even the graphics of the trees are soft. They're not hard and contrasty. So the treatment is very appropriate to the emotion and the mood. So I think it's elevated to a silver for me.
Tony?
Look, I was 73 with a professional standard, and to me, this is the sort of shot that you'd achieve as a competent professional. I certainly recognise that. I do enjoy the bird, which I think is an anchor, which is a key part of that. And Mike, the subtlety is there. I agree with that there. So that nice monochromatic colour has got appeal.
Okay.
Yeah, I put myself in the silver as well at 81. I really enjoyed, when I went up there, I really enjoyed what was happening in the background. It's almost like gold etchings. Instead of the trees, the hills and everything, it's creating this really interesting texture in the background, and then the foreground trees just break that and make a beautiful statement of their own within the scene. So yeah, I think the photographer's actually seen something lovely here.
Thank you. Bring it home. Michael?
Yeah. The framing of this is superb as well. There is one little tree which is different from all the other trees, and that's the crux of it. That's where your eye goes, is the one on the right leaning into the centre. As a construction or as a graphic design, that's what keeps bringing your eye back into the frame and making your work even stronger.
Thank you, Michael. Let's rescore, please. Well done. We have an 80 silver. Could we have a blank screen, please?
Okay, we're just going to have a couple of judge swaps. If we could, Janine, please take a break, and I'll get Rachel to step back onto the panel for a moment. And Mike, if you could also take a break, and Matt, please take his place.
We all good? Next printer, please. Okay, we have a 75, majority of 3, bronze. Well done. I think everyone's probably pretty happy with that, are they? Yep. Any comment? Jason?
Look, a great attempt at a style of image that I'm very fond of, and you've worked hard to try and construct it and place things, but an image like this for me works really well on two things. I think simplicity, and there's just a bit too much going on here that's not coming together in a simple construction, and I needed a reward that I just didn't find anywhere. I wandered around and didn't settle on any little nuggets to take it to another level, but well done for your bronze.
Thank you, Jason. Next print, please. Well done. We have a silver at 83. Okay, would you like to challenge?
Yeah, I've put this in silver distinction. This is so beautiful. It's just such a serene calmness to this scene. You can feel how cold it is. And what actually popped me up that little bit more was just that beautiful, subtle separation of the main tree with the trees in the background through the fog and everything. You've got and the colour tones within the tree in the foreground and the fog in the background. It's been beautifully composed. It's very, very sensitive, and yeah, I think that is where it sits in silver distinction.
Thank you, Kay. You've got quite a bit of support on the panel. So, Jason, you're at the other end, though. So let's have a
But
hear
not from
you.
me. I wavered on this, and I ended up at 76, which is probably pretty harsh. I really enjoy the scene. It's well spotted, well composed. Things that let me down, which maybe I overemphasized, was I think the contrast in the heaviness of the trunk dominates quite strongly in what should be a really soft image. I think maybe the paper choice let it down. A softer textured watercolor type paper might have suited the scene better, and it just feels sort of like there's all this delicate ethereal stuff, but then there's this really crunchy, maybe that's good, maybe I'm talking myself up, crunchy ground, which feels a little at odds with the delicacy of everything else. And I think the whole thing is maybe just a little heavily printed for me for that delicacy. So there was some tension between those elements that I couldn't resolve, but I'm listening.
Let's hear from you, Rachel.
I scored this 85, so I was just sneaking into silver distinction range too. Jason, that crunchy heaviness just sort of anchors me at the base of the tree, and I get this feeling of, even though we're in a very subtle, delicate-looking scene that's obviously cold, it's giving me this sort of feeling of maternal mother hen with all her little chicks, sort of a protective or overarching emotive feeling that that's what pushed me up into silver distinction, was just the additional emotion that was added to the image through that.
Do you want to add to that, Matt?
I was just going to speak in support of the bold trunk as well. I don't think this is necessarily supposed to be a subtle image. I think it's conditions that might support that ethereal quality. However, I think the photographer's consciously chosen to make something that's very bold and striking out of those conditions. So I'm on silver and listening as well.
Excellent. So let's bring it home.
Yeah, I haven't really heard much to bring it down or put it, not to bring it up into the silver distinction. The delicateness and the contrast of the tree trunk, it's that solidness of the tree trunk that no matter what weather is being thrown at this tree and this environment, it's standing strong. It's really standing strong. And that contrasts so much with the beautiful delicateness of the I guess the hoarfrost on all the leaves and everything like that. This is just, I think this is actually a timeless image. You could actually stand here and look at it for a very long time. You keep coming back to it time and time again. It's just been so beautifully handled, yeah. And you can feel yourself in the environment. Silver distinction, please, guys.
Okay, let the fingers do the talking. Let's rescore.
Just got to do mine again, didn't I?
Successful challenge. Well done. We have an 86 silver with distinction. Accept that score, and next print, please. Very even thinking. Thank you, panel. 73. Well, you're still allowed to clap. It's a nice image. So would we like, can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Matt?
Yeah, the photographer's found a strong subject and gotten it in some beautiful early light. I think the muddiness of that horizon and sky is kind of letting that subject down a little bit. So perhaps a different time of day.
Thank you, Matt. So we'll accept that. And next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a bronze award. Once again, very even across the panel. We happy? Can we have a comment for the photographer? Tony?
There's certainly a mood here that represents the location very, very well, where it's imposing and dark, and so I think that emotive quality has been well captured, and retaining the highlights in that sun has been really great in the print.
Thank you, Tony. Could we have the next print, please? Yes. I beg your pardon. Okay. Wonderful. We have a score of 80, which is silver. Was that you, Rachel?
One of us.
Oh, I saw a hand there somewhere. Whose was it? Okay.
All right, I'll
Matt,
challenge.
thank you.
Sorry, there's just two of us in the same range, so I was just not wanting to steal thunder. For a single capture category, I think this has been fantastically done. Each of these specimens of this scraggly brush have been found and photographed against what I assume would be overcast skies or something that allows for that really clean white background and separation. If somebody were to walk back from the image up there and tell me that they actually spelt out a word, I wouldn't be surprised because there is such form to each of the branches. Perhaps it's a different language that I'm not aware of. But I think it's been fabulously done. There's an excellent communication there, and it's highlighting a species that, you know, is probably the bane of most landscape photographers' existence, trying to get through the stuff to actually get to the pretty stuff. And this photographer's highlighted this and made it beautiful. I'm on just on 85, silver distinction.
Excellent. Jason, your score, and what are your thoughts?
I was on 76. I rewarded the concept with an award because I do love the concept. I do think it's clever. I think from a distance it could be complex river, delta, or, you know, or yeah, some kind of foreign language or alien script. I don't know. There's a lot of cool things going on. When I got close, a few things let me down, and maybe we can resolve them. One is I see some technical stuff around what I see as chromatic aberration. Some of the funky colours coming through, that really detracts from it when I get close. I wondered for a second if it's actually double exposures, in which case there's colour coming through from something else. But I just keep distracting me. And then the weight of the different, of each individual that doesn't feel quite right. The left is very heavy, the two stems on the far right, I don't know, it didn't feel quite well put together, and then the presentation lets it down, unfortunately. That it was just unnecessary ornamentation to have the complex matting technique.
Rachel. Oh, I'll come to you, Kay. Rachel, you have a crack.
Yeah, I put this in silver distinction as well at 87. Jace, just to address your comments with regards to aberration, I'm actually looking at that and thinking it's more seasonal lighting on the Matagari. It's got greens and reds, which sort of say to me that maybe we're coming into autumn. And I find the matting itself, I think, with regards to presentation, it really, really works nicely with the simplicity of what's being presented, just to keep our eyes coming back in. If the mat wasn't lifting, I probably would have gone higher. But yeah, I don't have any problems with any aberration.
Thank you. Rachel. Kay.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Jace right here next to me. I'm finding that the two images on the left and the far left and the far right are dragging me out of the whole series, and I actually find them very clunky and messy, which takes away from the delicateness of the three in the middle, and potentially they don't need those two on the either end. And I also found some of the quality of the image itself is breaking up or doing something or other. So that's why I've kept it in bronze.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, giving me plenty to work with. So I think the matting itself, it's actually a way of showing reverence to something that is usually discarded or is not of interest to the photographer. And by going to the extent to mat it like this, you're telling the viewer how important this thing is, or to look at it in a different way and in a different context. If it were just a simple, reveal, we probably wouldn't give it as much thought as we are, because it is presented in this way, which I think is quite deliberate. In terms of the image quality and the aberration, I see that these the funny colours are actually coming from the plant itself. It's within the confines of the plant, and if you've been stabbed by these things a few times, you probably notice that they do go these green and reds and orange colours that are quite subtly through the spiky bits, and throughout the plant, so I'm not reading it as aberration. I'm also not quite seeing the same problem with the image quality. I think there's lots of details in those little spiky bits that you can appreciate in there. But I appreciate that some people might have a different opinion, and that's okay. In terms of the balance, okay, so if we've got one pointing out to the right, we've got one pointing out to the left. In nature, they would be pointing outwards in any old direction. I actually think it kind of frames it quite well because it's kind of leaning against the edges of the frame and allowing these three in the middle to kind of flourish and find their own space as well. I think it's quite cleverly presented. I can't remember if there are any other complaints, but there were lots of good things and a few other things said. I'm on silver distinction 85. Please bring it up at least to a solid silver, or if not a little higher.
Excellent discourse. Let's rescore judges, please. Well done, mate. You've scored, got it to come up to an 83, silver. Blank screen, please.
Good discussion so far, team.
I just wanted to do a quick judge change. Can we get Tony to step off? Thank you. You've been on for a while. And Jackie, would you mind stepping on? And Kay, would you like to have a break? And Mika, would you like to come on in?
Good. Okay, next print, please. Excellent. Score of 75, bronze, and a majority of 3. Mika, would you like a comment for the photographer?
I really enjoy the way that this photograph has been composed, with the diagonals leading your eye directly into the centre where it's the sharpest. I think the colour palette is really nice with the warm and cool tones. Possibly a little bit of a deeper depth of field might have helped, but I'm not entirely sure about that because I also enjoy how the difference in focus really draws your eye into the centre. So it's a really great image. I'm enjoying it.
Sure, the photographer appreciates that. Blank screen, please.
Sorry, just another judge change, sorry. Rachel, could you step off and Mike, please take her place?
Yeah, I'm in trouble.
Better watch yourself.
Good. We were good. Next print, please. Very even thinking, resulting in a 74 high professional standard. Could we have a comment from the panel? Matt?
Yeah, there's some lovely details in this panorama. I'd possibly encourage the photographer to consider printing the image beyond the minimum requirement if they'd like to show off some of the beautiful details like the little bird, and perhaps lifting the highlights and kind of using that full dynamic range between black and white.
Lots of nodding there. Thank you very much. I'm sure the photographer will appreciate those comments. We'll accept that. Next print, please. Thank you for that. Very even scoring once again. We have a 74 average, high professional standard. Anyone like to comment for the photographer? Thank you, Matt. Oh, actually, give Mike a turn.
Yeah, I think this being a single camera image, it offers a lot of intrigue and atmosphere. Perhaps if there were more on the right-hand side of the image or something to ground us there or give us that detail that we're looking for, but the left-hand side with the window and the tree is quite beautiful.
Thank you, Matt. Next print, please. Once again, we have a 74 average, high professional standard and very even thinking. Michael?
Yeah, I just suggest that when they print this or whatever they do with it next, they actually print it down. There's some gorgeous colours, some rich feeling within the wave, but it's lost through the light printing.
Thank you, Mike. Next print, please. Not such an even scoring range this time, but it has resulted thus far in a silver at 80. Would anyone have a crack at that?
Go on.
Go on then, Jason. Have a crack. What was your score, mate?
I gave this an 87. I thought about putting it in silver, and I thought that was stingy, and I wouldn't be able to defend it when you guys were all higher than me. Powerful, strong simplicity. The last indigenous tree standing in a landscape of farmland, the light shining through beautifully. The eye led through the gate and up the road to the iconic tree, silhouetted proudly. I have some reservations about the dark area between the tree and the gate, kind of breaking the image into two a little. I see that the vignette maybe feels a little heavy, but then it's the spotlight, it's the shaft of sunlight highlighting this singular specimen. I think it's beautifully printed. I would love to hear what you guys think.
Because you're a bit oblique to us, guys, if you're going to want to talk, just give us a little signal with your hands, would be helpful. Thank you. So, Mike, go for it.
Being a fiddle crab.
Yeah.
I gave the 77. I'm definitely coming up, but I'm not coming up as far as you were asking. mainly because I feel that there is an overt vignetting in the top. It's strong enough without that, so I see that as something that's not quite fully resolved. But also the entire framing feels tight. I'd like to see a lot more space around it, because the mood within the image is just beautiful, as you say, which is why I think it deserves the silver at least. But I do see fault.
Mika?
It's a very striking image with that light behind the magnificent tree. But I feel like the way it's been processed and printed, it's more about the dark than the light. And some of the dark areas, we've really lost a lot of the beautiful detail that we see in some of the other areas. The darks are a little bit muddy. And there's also just a fraction of haloing around that tree at the top. So that's what held me back. But I think it's a very beautiful image.
Thank you, Mika. Jackie?
I'm on 84, and I think I'm happy with that score. So, and I've taken on board what everybody said. So, that's it.
Jason?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, the more I dwell on it, there are the technicals are there. The technical issues are there. I think the darkness is because it's not necessarily entirely a happy image. We've got a proud tree, but where is all his friends? And so there's the darkness and the light. There's a story there for me that works, but I can see it's held back a little on some technical aspects, but I think its power overcomes them. If it doesn't for you, that's okay.
Thank you, Jason. Let's rescore, guys. Well done. You've all points count. We still have silver. 82. Thank you. And we'll have a blank screen, please.
Thank you. I just want to do another quick judge change. Jace, do you want to have a break? And Paul, please join us.
Oh.
Welcome to the panel, Paul. All right, we're ready to rock. Next print, please. Okay, we have a range of scores here, but it has resulted in a high bronze at 78. And so clap, clap. Yep, well done to the photographer. We have a challenge, though, from Jackie. What was your score, Jack?
Yeah, I was 83, so I'd like you to consider that scoring range. I guess it's a boring kind of what you might think erosion mountains, but my eye went to that centre of frame on the right-hand side where there's a couple of eyes looking out at me, a face. It took me to, faces in the cliff and things like that. And, the balance, it's quite a unique way of presenting the image with a bigger, broader framing on the right and the left. Somebody's really thought this through and felt it. I think everything that's there is quite deliberate and not overstated, and I think that kind of thing can have an enduring quality. The printing is really lovely, and I'd just like you to reconsider and see what you think.
Mika, you're at the other end, not too far off the score given, but what were you thinking?
I scored this 74, high professional practice. I queried the presentation in the two different images, the square and the rectangle. I couldn't see why, and I sometimes I really wondered what it was about the two different images that couldn't be presented in one. I did see the face on the right, but I was also held back by there's a dark V on the right that's not that's not replicated on the left, and I felt like, I know it's not about symmetry, but I was just left wondering at the choices. I can see that they're deliberate, but I couldn't see that reasoning.
Thank you, Mika. We'll go Matt, then Paul.
I also considered the presentation, but the way I saw it is the photographer's encouraging us to look through windows. And this could be windows through a little shack that's looking out at the scene, and by presenting it in that way, that they're drawing our mind to that kind of space of viewing it. So that's how I resolved the two kind of asymmetric apertures that have been chosen very deliberately. I saw all that Jackie saw, so I'm considering coming up, and really like the faces in there as well. The dark V is probably one of those things that I'd like to hear about more.
So Paul, you're supporting Jack, so what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm supporting Jackie on silver. I love the delicate layering, beautiful printing. What I felt like they were, because I was very curious, well, why are we sort of presented with this asymmetric kind of duality here? And what I felt like it was like a stereoscopic sort of attempt, and there's an overlay between the features in the centre, left and right. If you look into them, they're actually deliberately kind of overlaid. And what I feel like the feature is on the far right, there's a lovely linear stroke that runs through the bottom of the cliff that leads me a little bit left to right, and I feel like that dark wedge is the end point of the frame, and there's such a deliberateness about how it's been presented, and that double matting gives you that little bit of depth, which again leads me into that sort of ocular stereoscopic intention about it, which I feel like is quite clever and well resolved.
Thank you, Paul. Great support. Bring it home, Jackie.
Well, I think everybody said what they needed to say regarding the two. Great, but I think the two separate images makes a stronger whole, and brings my eye to that right-hand middle frame. If it had all been one image, I might not have appreciated that as much. And I really think it's enduring, and it's sitting here really quietly and getting stronger and stronger. It's a lot of thought's gone into it.
Good discussion. Let's score. We have a silver at 82. Well done. Next print, please. Great minds think alike. We have an 77, so that's Bronze Award. Well done. Pretty even thinking across the board. We all happy there? Paul, would you like to make a comment for the photographer, please?
Yeah, the gradation of tonality in here is absolutely delicious, and I love the sort of poise and quietness of the mood. It's quite deliberately anticipated, so it speaks to me of the photographer's kind of pre-visualizations of the image to know where to be when for this moment to happen. So gorgeously printed too.
Yes, Mike, just remember in the comments, guys, you know, to something that the photographer might take away as a help.
I'd like to help the photographer improve this, which is, I think, what we've been asked to do. I think it's just a bit muddy in the middle, and to lift those, separate those tones out would make it stronger.
Thank you, Michael. All right, we'll accept that score. And next print, please. Okay, we have a 75, majority of 3. Bronze award, well done. We all happy there? Jackie, could you make a comment?
For me, to make this stronger, I think it feels like it's a little bit tilted to the right, so it's not quite square. And the big block on the bottom is very strong on the edge of frame. It would have been nice to have had a bit more minimalism there.
Thank you, Jackie. Next print, please. Okay, we have a 78, high bronze, was excellent, but we have a hand shoot to the sky with Michael. What's you got to say, Mike?
I gave this 82. I would have gone higher, but the tonality has let it down. But finding that figure in the middle, that the woman that's standing in the centre of the waterfall, is just incredible, and it elevates it to another level. That's it's one of those figures in the landscape that you find just through happenstance, and I find it quite intriguing.
Mika.
I also scored this in the silver range, 81. I actually didn't see the maternal figure in the top part of the waterfall, so I'm really glad you pointed that out, Mike. What I saw was ghostly faces with open mouths. So there's a number of ways that you can read this image. I'm glad we've had longer to look at it, because the more I'm looking at it, the more I'm enjoying it. It's slightly asymmetrical, but I'm really not bothered by that, seeing the woman. I feel like that really kind of brings everything together. There's a embracing kind of feeling to this. And for a single capture, I think this is quite remarkable.
Paul.
Thank you for pointing out the figurine, Mike. I didn't see that, and I feel like when it's a little bit incongruous to me, it's a really raw, powerful, dramatic kind of element of nature that's presented in quite a flat, muted sort of way, and I'm struggling to sort of feel congruence with that.
Mike.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Paul, and that's what's held it back for me from going higher. But as soon as I saw the figure, I thought that the gentleness and the softness actually played that card, as opposed to the card that we would normally expect, which is the power and the strength. And so the whole tonality has changed, I think, because of the realisation of what you can see in there.
Thank you, Michael. Let's rescore, guys.
We'll lock that, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Hang on. Sorry, guys. I did a Jace.
Is that a word now, is it?
I blame it on my mother, but she can't remember anything anymore. Okay, all right, let's rescore. Well done, Michael. You got it into an 82, silver. Blank screen, please.
Just going to do a quick judge swap. Thanks, Jackie. You take a break. Can we have Kay back, please? And Mike, you can also step off for a moment, and we'll get Tony back, please.
And you're going really well, guys. We've got a good rhythm going here, and we're on time, so that's awesome. Real good. Next print, please. guess so, because it's not, yeah. If it's in front of you, honours have accepted it, so just judge what you see. Well done. We have a bronze at 77. Very even across the board. We all happy? Paul, challenge. What was your score?
81. Yeah, I'm really intrigued by the choice of technique and what they've done to create a sort of alliteration or a reverberation and a patterning running through, which introduces sort of movement and an almost swaying of the boat in particular of speaking to, you know, its last dying throes or what's emotively coming through is reinforced, I think, by the sort of delicate colour palette, these pops of sort of unusual quirks of colour that just speak of a little bit of tension and decay, even in terms of the style of colour palette. It's very delicate, it's well framed, there's a lovely leading line coming in, and there's quite a sort of unusual conversation about movement and decay, and maybe even the decline of a vessel that's had quite a long and interesting life, no doubt. 181.
Matt.
I was in high professional standard, recognising a lot of the things that you've said, Paul. For me, the in-camera movement is about communicating, perhaps, that this boat is on its way out, it's on its side, it's communicating the movement of the waves and the impact that it's having on this boat. However, for me, the strongest lines in the image are all pointing us to that big square, which unfortunately I acknowledge the photographer can't do much about. It was there, but for me that's potentially the strongest part of the image, and that's catching my eye rather than allowing me to explore the boats around the scene.
Bring it home, Paul.
No.
I think you're fairly even thinking, so we can probably get it done.
Yeah, what I find also intriguing is that movement sort of introduces a sound almost. It's the last fall. It's a dying grace that we're sort of being present to, of something that, you know, has had a relationship with this jetty, this place, the ocean. And what I feel like is this last delicate, soft, beautiful thread through the lines in the top right that actually don't have the alliteration. Somehow they're held very crisp and clean and gentle, almost like that last soft hand of a nurse holding someone that's passing away. So what I feel like moving into that silver realm is just a level of exquisite emotion.
Thank you, Paul. Let's rescore, guys. One more point, 78. They all count. Good high bronze. Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you for that. We have 73, high professional standard. Very even thinking across the panel. We all happy? Someone like to make a comment for the photographer, please? Mika, thank you.
It's an expertly crafted scene, very professional standard. We can see the movement of the waves against the land base. I feel like the colour of the waves is really interesting. The colours of the land are not quite as striking. So perhaps a later afternoon photograph might have brought that colour and made it pop a little more.
Thanks for those comments. Next print, please. Pretty even scoring, thank you for that. We've resulted in a 76 bronze. Well done. Everyone happy? Somebody like to make a comment? Tony, how about you?
I think there's a variety of content that have gone into the formation of this, which, given the fact it's a random element, which is a wave, you've got the points, the lines, the ripples, I think it's a really clever combination. Given the fact it's so fast, I wouldn't know how to improve too much, to be fair.
Okay, well done. All right, next print, please. We have a range of scores and thoughts, obviously, but it has resulted in a silver at this stage at 81. And Tony, what was your score and what have you got to
Look,
say?
I was 88 silver distinction, and I think it's worthy to spend a bit longer looking at this. What we have is a form of landscape, but it's not. What we have is a bodyscape, and it's a very jarring bodyscape. I'm reading this as being old hands, and it could be feet, it could be very deathly, it's very elderly, it's very old, and we're taken on a journey to believe that these are almost hills of quartz. You can see the stone-like quality, the valleys, the troughs, the deep veins. That's almost coming with someone that's very close to death, if not decayed already. There's a richness in the storytelling. You've got valleys and you've got this mist and this softness taken from, and you can see there like the wee splotch marks of the skin pigments as being sort of tarns and elements of bush. Extremely clever to take such a innocuous components and add them together for a landscape. Yes, a couple of flaws, perhaps the vignetting in the left, but I think the flow through with the illusion of mountains is extremely worthy of reward.
Thank you, Tony. Kay.
Yeah, I scored this high bronze at 78. I saw all those beautiful things, and I really do enjoy the use of depth of field in terms of within the different sections. What's kept it in bronze for me is the image on the left-hand side. It's just heavy. Doesn't have the same beautiful tonality as the one on the right, and even the one on the middle. I guess the sky, if you want to call it the sky, is a lot darker and doesn't have that same tonal palette. So that's what's kept it down, but I am listening.
Anyone else before Tony has a go? Yep, Mika, go for it.
I think the key here for me that's making me change my mind, and I was on 82, is the quartz-like quality. I didn't read it that way, and I was wondering, mountains I don't think look like that, but thinking of rocky mountains and the age of the mountains, that's really resonated with me. I really appreciate the way that the photographer has crafted this so that the intersection points flow smoothly and use the different angles of the body to create this and put it together. So yeah, I appreciate that additional information, and I'm coming up.
Thank you, Mika. Tony.
Sometimes we have a category, we get something that's very literal and we see exactly what it is. Further that, we have a craft here that is about storytelling that's been exceptionally well handled. And let me just add to that story a wee bit. think of this as the sort of the parched hills of gold mining, and here's this old rugged person that's actually been out there, weathered, and actually toiled away on the land, and they've become back, you know, haggard and at the end of their days, reminiscent of the landscape that we're seeing. So I feel there's a message, there's this very strong narrative beyond something that is very literal, and I think it's extremely clever, well worthy of respect.
That's great support, Tony. Thank you for that. Let's score, guys. Well done. It's risen to a good, strong silver at 84. Thank you. We'll accept that score, and next print, please. Whoever's entered this category can feel very confident in that they're in very great, capable hands. A lot of thought goes into their commentary. Very skilled people, very experienced. So you're being judged by the best. Pretty even thinking across the board. It has resulted in a high bronze at 78. Everyone happy? Mika, would you like to help the photographer there?
Yeah, it took me a little while to realise what the bright, shining element was, and I'm pretty sure it's a boat with its reflection, so it's captured at the right moment to really make that little boat glow, but it got a bit lost for me. I couldn't, it took a long time to figure that out. I really love what's happening in the sky, and for me that is the photograph, and I think the darkness on the left is a little too dark, but absolutely beautiful image.
Thank you, Mika. Next print, please. Once again, even thinking and resulted in a very high professional standard at 74. I think everyone agrees with that. And Kay, could you help the photographer, please?
Yeah, I think it's a beautiful, delicate image, mirror image, but the tonal range, tonal values in the background, the colours are creating quite strong bands, which are a little bit distracting within the image.
Thank you, Kay. Next print, please. No fighting. Okay, once again even, and we have a 71 professional standard. I think everyone's pretty happy with that. And would we have a comment for the photographer? Matt, thank you.
Yeah, there's been some beautiful light captured in this photograph, and I like the feeling of peering through into the scene by having the leaves on the outside. However, it's those leaves on the outside that are sharp rather than the scene that we actually want to look into. So a little bit more sharpness and also some detail, and those kind of currently muddy blacks in that area would be fantastic.
Good constructive comments. Thank you, Matthew. And next print, please. Very even. We have a bronze, 76. You happy? Yep. Matthew, you want to comment? Thank you.
Yeah, the photographer's created a beautiful ethereal landscape. There's some lovely colour tones in this. However, the technique where the land borders onto the sky, it can create some little jagged bits where that camera movement has been captured, and that kind of takes away from the softness and curviness of the rest of the image.
Thank you, mate.
Can I have a blank screen, please? I just want to do a quick judge swap. Thank you for your time, Matt. And can we get Jace back on the panel, please?
Hi. G'day. You all right?
We've got the stopwatch on you, Jace. We all good? Okay, next print, please. One more score. Thank you for that. We have a bronze at 75. Very even. Mika, can you help the photographer?
The light in this photograph is beautiful. The way that your eye travels through the hills is really lovely. However, my eye kept getting drawn back to the man-made elements of the scene, and I feel like with the restrictions, just a little bit of burning down so that that's not catching our eye, and also the darkness in the top right, if that had been brightened a little. Beautiful scene.
Thank you, Mika. Next print, please. Okay, we have a 79, which is, yes, it is. It's a high bronze, but obviously a review situation. But we're going to have a challenge from Mika.
Yeah, I would like to challenge this. I scored a 81 just into the silver range, and the reason for that is because of the masterful handling of these really difficult lighting conditions. It's printed beautifully, there's a lot of detail still in the dark areas, but for me that moment of capture, those birds in exactly the right position with the light in the middle distance on those rocks, this is a really technically difficult photograph that has been superbly captured, superbly printed. I think it's worthy of a silver.
Paul.
Beautifully anticipated moment, wonderful atmospherics, but I feel like the bottom of the frame is not doing it any favours. It's not really supporting it. There's some wonderful, delicate opportunity to explore a very supportive landscape, to just hold that upper part of the image, which is already quite exquisite, and it's just so murky and dark and difficult to get through, and yet the detail is actually in there.
Jason.
Yeah, I was 82 in the silver range as well, and the only reason I wasn't in silver distinction, or maybe even higher, was that heaviness of the lower third, particularly the lower left. There's detail in the foreground on the right, but the lower left sort of quadrant is just too heavy for me, but I can overlook a lot of that for this. To be photographing such challenging lighting conditions, to get such delicate treatment of the waves in the water and handling the sky and the extreme dynamic range, and then to include an element as fortuitous and spontaneous as these birds, you're either watching the birds and do extremely well to position them, or you're photographing a sky and manage to get the time. I don't know. To bring those together, it's really nice, and it is a shame that it's let down by that foreground, but it would have been a silver distinction easily without that.
It is the darkness of the base that kept me from going into a higher scoring range. I feel like for silver, I think that's the only thing that held me back. It's the atmosphere, it's the movement of the birds, it's the rays, not just across from top left to bottom right, but there's also rays going down in the corner on the left. It's just really masterful handling of these lighting conditions, and I strongly feel the photographer should be rewarded for the technical difficulty and the elegance of this print.
Thank you. So we're on 79. Let's rescore. Great challenge. 82 silver. Congratulations.
Can I have a blank screen, please? Jace, can you step off for a moment? I've heard you're wanted elsewhere. And can I get Mike back on the panel to replace?
No rest for the wicked, Mike.
Ready.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, well done. We have a bronze at 76. There are a couple of people sneaking into the extra. So, Mika. Sorry, are you challenging Mika? Are you? Okay, go for it.
I scored this 81, a silver award. Firstly, it's wonderful to see a photograph printed big so that we can really enjoy all those beautiful details throughout the frame. That's confident printing, and I really appreciate that. The line of rocks in the foreground really grounds this image. Your eye goes to the sky and appreciates all the subtle tones in that beautiful ethereal sky. We've got detail in the mountains. The light is gorgeous. This is a beautiful, I'm assuming, but I think I'm confidently assuming, New Zealand scene. It's beautifully seen, it's beautifully printed, the detail is all there. My eye wanders through the image down that really broad glacial meltwater into the distant mountains. My eye is going all the right places. There's detail in the darks, particularly in that foreground dark area on the left that's really would have been very easily blocked up. I think this is a very beautiful, elegant print.
Thank you, Mika. Michael.
Yeah, I gave the 73. I'm sorry to differ, but I actually found that the long exposure has made the whole foreground muddy and lacking that vitality that these rivers have. It's just smoothed it all out and it's become grey. The sky's got the tension, but it's the foreground on the lead line that it lacks the drama that it should be carrying, from my point of view.
Cool. Was that a signal, Paul? Yep, go for it.
Yeah, I'm with Mika on 80. I feel like as soon as I saw this, I felt this gentle, beautiful, just this beautiful sigh of space and quietness and serenity and grace. And that's kind of supported by just how soft the leading lines are, the beautiful meandering shapes across the horizon, the slow, gentle sweep around the sky. The fact that it's printed physically large gives us that extra breathing room and space to kind of just give it a bit of breath. There's a lovely, delicate tonality all the way through that also supports that quietness. And I think that long exposure sort of supports that softness. I'm on 80.
Tony?
Look, I'm with Mike, and I think we've got a left versus right here. Look, I think those qualities are there. You're dead right. There's the softness and the likes. I'm also thinking for a New Zealand scene, I'm not seeing something that I haven't seen represented before. And in fact, if anything, I'm thinking I'd like to see something new and unique within that foreground. It's a shingle riverbed and a braided river, which is great, but there's not the interest there to give me the intrigue to go higher.
Mika.
There have been times when I've driven across this glacial meltwater and not stopped to photograph because of how muddy and dirty the water can be. And I feel that the colour of the water here would not be more vibrant. I don't feel that it would be with a shorter exposure. And in fact, I feel the long exposure was necessary to bring the quietness and peace to this scene. I can't contradict the familiarity you all have with the New Zealand landscape, which I'm an Australian. I probably haven't seen as many scenes, so I can't change that. But I feel it's a beautiful depiction. The lighting is just gorgeous. My eye keeps going in and around those mountains. There's even like a mountain of cloud that's beautifully handled. The snow-capped mountains, beautifully held highlights. I just think it's a really expertly crafted scene, beautifully printed, and something that I think a lot of people would be very happy to have on their wall for many, many, many years to enjoy.
So that's one of the easiest things we can forgive an Aussie for, so well defended. And let's rescore. Nearly, but you have given it some extra points at a high bronze, 78.
Can I have a blank screen, please? Just another quick judge change. Mika, do you want to take a break? And Janine, would you like to step back onto the panel?
Next print, please. Almost identical scores. 73 average, professional standard. Everyone's happy with that, Michael?
Yeah.
For the photographer?
Look, it would, if you reprinted it, just pull back on your saturation mostly and lighten it up a bit. That's just blocky and clunky.
Thank you, Michael. Next print, please. Once again, very even. 73, professional standard. Michael.
When you're doing a strong foreground like this, a greater depth of focus to keep the whole of that foreground plane sharp would make it much, much stronger.
Excellent comments. Thank you. Photographer, appreciate that. Next print, please. Quite even scoring once again, resulting in a 75, which is a bronze. Well done. Are we good with that? As a comment or a challenge? Comment from you, Paul?
Just a comment, there's a beautiful soft delicacy to the contextual nature of this that I feel like is slightly competing with the choice of a very heavily textured paper and maybe a touch of over-sharpening. I think moving to a soft, smooth paper and backing off and being a little more gentle on its treatment would add to the visual flow.
Thank you, Paul. Next print, please. Come in handy, didn't they? very even scoring, resulting in a high professional standard of 74. Thank you. Paul, comment please. Thank you.
Yeah, beautiful linear flow to the left and right of reflection. Well printed. Tonal range is led to do quite well. What I feel like it lacks is a resting point. I'm just swinging left and right back through the frame and have nowhere, like a single peak maybe coming out to just have a point of focus and have a hero sort of element to the image. It's not quite there.
Thank you, Paul. Next print, please. Okay, we have a little bit of a range here, but it has resulted in a bronze to start with at 75. We happy? Okay, do you want to have a crack? Yeah.
Yep.
What was your score?
I put this just into silver at 81. The reason being, I think this print is enjoyed better when you're actually up close with it, because you can see all the delicate detail of the little elements along the bottom. I think it's actually been, I know it seems quite unusual, but the framing of it in terms of how it's been cropped just to create this very subtle bit of grounding at the bottom of the image has been well done, well seen, or well, I guess, composed. And the mist, the delicate, it just creates a mood, and these little nuggets of detail at the bottom is what has lifted me into the silver range.
Okay, Paul.
I just struggle with this a little bit compositionally, Kay. I feel I just want to lift the image up, and we're only given this mirror into the foreground that it's just almost like creating tension rather than support. And also, I'm on 73, and I feel like the visual weight is very skewed to the left-hand side, and I'm not given a huge amount of reason for including all this negative space above the trees and off to the right.
Thank you. Janine?
I'm with Paul on this one. I did really struggle with those. They are beautiful little details in the bottom of the frame, and just if this print was just made a bit larger, it would have perhaps helped somewhat. My score is 75.
Four of them are thinking similarly, Kay, so you want to bring it home?
No, that's all good. I think there is a balance in there. And as I said before, this print is appreciated much more when you go up to it and look at it quite closely, which is not necessarily entirely a good thing. But I think sometimes an image draws you in to be able to see all those details. It's balanced on the right-hand side with the bird, with the other little elements that are poking up from the bottom of the frame. Yes, there is a slight heaviness in the tree on the very left-hand, towards the left-hand side. But to me, I think it has a balance, it has an ethereal nature to it, and those little nuggets of detail is what just pushed it into the silver, only just. So I'd like you to have a look at it again.
Thank you. Rescore, please. You garnered 1 point for the argument, so it's all good. And they all count, as I say, so it's still an award at a bronze. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. Next print, please. Okay, there's a little range here, but it has resulted in a bronze at 76. Michael's hand goes skyward. Thank you, Michael.
I gave this 84. I found it really exciting in terms of the two different panels are complementary, but at the same time, they're completely opposite. So the delicacy of the left-hand side through its really delicate nature is completely counterbalanced with that darkness on the opposite side, which also is very, very delicate. So I find the two together, they compete with each other, but at the same time, they form a third element, which is greater than either of them by themselves. So I think it's quite an intelligent piece.
Thank you, Michael. Kay or Tony, you're at the other end there, so...
Yeah, I guess I didn't quite see it the way you did, Mike. I'm listening. I enjoy looking at both the images, and I think they work really well. I think the photographer's got the opportunity to control a few little things which are bugging me, which is just on the left-hand image, the heaviness on that bottom left corner, and a couple of areas further up, where I think they had that control, which would actually create a more dynamic contrast with the image on the right if they weren't there. So I'm listening.
Who have we got? Janine, you have a little nearly in support, sort of.
Thanks for challenging, Mike. I scored 78. I really did enjoy that sort of negative and positive complementary images. I just felt there was the opportunity to improve this somewhat. It's a great concept, but just a few technical issues and things would have moved forward somewhat.
Michael.
I totally agree with everything both Kay and Janine have said. But there's a beautiful word that describes this image for me, and that's the vibe. It has the vibe.
I'm sure that means something, so let's so let's have a look here. I'll push the right button. Okay, what is the vibe, guys? Let's go, rescore.
Probably best ask people. Yeah, that's a good idea.
You just re-enter your score, Mike? Yeah, that's it. Okay, so there's another vibe to go. We're on 79. So are we 79 or are we 80, guys? Let me just wait for the button here, one sec. Okay. And we remain on 79. Still a wonderful score at a bronze award. We'll accept that. Next print, please. Okay, quite close scoring, and we are into the bronze at 76. Tony. Sorry, Mike. Tony's...
Okay, I gave this 81. I just felt it was worth taking it up to the next level, mainly because the technique that's been applied is appropriate, which is the blurry foreground, at the same time, we've got a solid background. Finding that piece of land right on the horizon line is where your eye ends up, and it's the transition between this foamy sort of foreground and that spectacularly ethereal sky in the background is actually linked by that piece of land. Without that piece of land, it wouldn't happen. So I'm looking at it as an overall picture. Both the top and the bottom are separate, but they are linked.
Everyone else pretty even. Tony, you had your hand up first.
Look, I'm on 77 and rewarded bronze for the dreamy sort of sleepy slumber sort of feel that comes through that. I'm sort of almost wanting to bring the crop lower at the expense of sky to get some more of that foreground. To me, it's a cropping balance issue.
Thank you, Tony. Everyone's nodding sagely. Everyone happy? Write a reply, Michael.
Yeah, I actually agree with that too, but I've only given it 81. So, think about 81. It's a good score.
I'm glad you finished with that comment, Michael. Okay, let's... oh, sorry, I haven't pushed my little button thingy. Go for it.
No. Nope.
Okay, higher bronze at 78. Well done. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Well done. We have a 79 at bronze, so that's excellent. Michael enthusiastically reaching for the sky again.
I gave this 84. I think this is quite spectacular. What's happening here is we're looking at a landscape that is totally windswept, and it's dramatic. And the tension of that wind and the effect the wind has on the landscape is accentuated by what's happening on the right-hand side. You might see that as a fault, but I see that as accentuating the fact that these trees are being blown off the page, almost. Now, if we look into the background, there is a really subtle volcano that's absolutely beautifully framed by the tree on the right. And that's the key. That's the point that tells us more about this landscape than you think you see when you first look at it. So do have another look. The volcano's wonderful.
All the others are pretty close. Janine, you're not far away, but you are the furthest away. So what do you think?
Look, when this image first turned around, I scored it 75. I did see animals marching across the desert. It had that kind of vibe, Mike, for me. I really couldn't get my head around the tree on the right-hand side, and thank you for explaining that, Mike, but I'm not too sure whether I'm there. And I also wondered whether the heavily textured paper, whether that really it detracted from this print for me. So, yeah, but I'm listening.
Okay.
I absolutely love the foreground. I think it's beautiful, and it actually sits beautifully in with what's happening in the background. I guess what's held it in the bronze for me is the blocking in the greys up in the top of the image. Other than that, if you can convince me, I'll come up, but I just feel that it's actually technically let down by that. But yeah, I absolutely love the rest of it.
Let's do it, Mike.
Okay, I haven't even talked about the sunset. The darkness at the top, without it, your eye would continue to go to the heavens. what's happened is the darkening down of the top clouds, which I believe would be natural, forces the eye back down into the beauty that we're all enjoying so much of. So I think it's, for an in-camera capture, this is exceptionally good, and I think we're underscoring it, so please reconsider.
Thank you, Michael. So we are on 79 to start. Let's go. Well done, snuck into silver. Photographer will be very happy with that. We'll accept that score, and next print, please. Oh, sorry, beg pardon. Blank screen.
Tony, can I get you to step off the panel for a minute? And if I could get Matt to please step in, thank you. And let's see, what else have we got here? Can I also get Mike to step off? And Rachel, please join us again. Are you here? She's gone? Okay, that's not helpful. Mika? Please, thank you.
All right, we all good. Next print, please.
Forgot where you lived.
I did.
Excellent. We have a 76 bronze. Fairly even across the board. But Paul, your hang on one sec. Are everyone happy? Yep. Comment, Paul.
Beautiful atmospherics and the poise and delicacy in the bottom left of the key subject is beautiful. Where I feel like it's a little bit let down, unfortunately, is the texture of the paper is strong enough to actually interfere with the delicacy of the actual subject, particularly for the background, and it's a little bit lost and hidden away behind the texture of the paper.
Can I have a blank screen, please? Can I please get Janine to take a minute? And Jace, can you join us?
Sure can.
Thank you.
Sure can.
Let's go. Next print, please. Quite even scoring once again, resulting in a 77, which is a bronze. Well done. Okay, go for it.
Yeah, I'm just on 82, just in a low silver. I find this a really intriguing image. It's a study of shape and form. And what's actually, I guess, holding me is there's almost a hand-like element in the central part, which is almost just supporting the lightness that's above it. It's just in terms of gently holding it. What didn't push me any higher was there's quite a heavy line of heaviness across the top and possibly the right-hand side. But there's a sereneness, there's detail in the shadows, and yeah, it's just this gentle holding of the light in this landscape.
Jace the Ace.
Yeah, thanks, Kay. I'm kind of glad we get to talk about this because I almost went there as well. Couple of things. I think the heaviness of that hand, the darkness of that shadow is just too strong. It's a bit of a black hole. The foreground, there's probably a bit much unnecessary foreground, which I find distracting. Bit of heaviness vignette or heaviness in the very top edge, which maybe is holding us in, but maybe is it just doesn't feel motivated. And the birds on the left on the water, like what I want is a reward, a little treat when I get to that little pool of light in the crook of the hills where the trees are, but it's sort of doesn't resolve into anything that satisfies me when I get there. And what I want is something like the birds, but the birds are out in the bottom left and they take me away from it. So, but I could be convinced to come up maybe a little.
Start convincing, Kay, unless someone else wants to say anything. Everyone happy?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen all those elements too, but I still feel that there is a real strength of that hand cupping the light. The bottom, you mentioned, Jace, to me just balances it. Actually just, all those darkness lines help you balance and draw your eye up into the image. The shape and forms that are being presented in the mountain, the hills, the rocks have been beautifully handled, and there is definitely detail still in that central area. So I think it's been well controlled. I don't mind those birds being on the left-hand side because, again, they're actually leading something else that's actually leading your eye into the central part, which is that supportive nature of the landscape. So I'm in low silver, and I'd like to see this pushed into a silver.
Okay, let's see what happens. Rescore, please. Remains 1 point up at Dice Bronze, 78. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Very even scoring, resulting in a bronze, 76. Well done. Comment for the photographer? Okay, Paul.
I think the image would have been more successful if it's just lifted tonally a little bit more all the way across the scale. There's still going to be more than enough kind of weight and atmospherics and the heaviness of the sky, but it will give us a little bit more room to explore the foreground, but particularly around the sides, which will frames the image quite beautifully.
Thanks for that, Paul. Can I just get a blank screen for a second? We've just got some snacks for our judges. Got some food. Keep them fed and happy and healthy. There is fruit there for the healthy part.
Oh, those muffins can get messy, guys.
I'm so stoked to be playing.
Thank you.
Like a wound up toy, mate. Wound up race car, just ready to go. I'm trying to hold myself back because he's a little cracker.
You guys deserve snacks too, do you?
Thanks, judging in the evening.
Of course you do. Love your work.
Always feel like I'm going to be asked questions just because I'm at work.
We're live, mate.
You go for it.
Punch into the microphone.
Good thing I didn't say what I was going to say.
Do some judge ASMR.
ASMR.
That weird noise was Jason
I'm trying not to pop everybody.
masticating.
ASMR is like when people watch YouTube videos with people whispering and making funny little noises for hours. Apparently it calms you down.
And while we're sitting here chewing away, Paul, I'll get you to jump off the panel because you've had a good stint. Thank you.
I had a cold day. I'll go all day like a
And,
bunny.
and Janine, can you join us again, please? Matt, would you like to take a break as well? And we'll get Tim to join us. Thank you. Tim's joining us for the first time today. Welcome. Yeah.
Hands up when you're feeling good. Okay, thank you for that. Next print, please. Okay, we have an 80 silver, well done. That's a majority of 3. Everyone happy?
I pressed the wrong button.
You pressed the wrong button, so, oh, I see.
You need to rescore it.
Would you,
You can unlock it.
how do I do that? Oh, yep, hang on. I'm going to unlock scores. Okay, so now we have a high bronze at 78, which is great. And that's fairly even thinking, so we're happy. So Kay, things you stuffed up, would you like to make a comment to the photographer, please?
Yeah, I did then. It's actually a really lovely image. I love the positive, negative of the different elements that are in the movement that's happening. It's possibly a little bit soft, and your eye does tend to go out of the top a little bit. So maybe just control that through some post-production work.
Thank you, Kay. Yes, Janine, go for it.
Yeah, look, well done to the photographer on making this a monochromatic image. I enjoyed that.
Thanks, Janine. We'll accept that score. And next print, please. We've got a nice little audience here, so just remember that you can vote for your favourite judge. Cancel. So there's a little voting box out by the display prints, and at the evening dinner, it gets announced who is the favourite judge. very even scoring has resulted in a majority of 3 at silver, 80. Everyone happy with that? Tim, would you like to give the photographer? Oh, go for it.
I think the circular presentation of this has really has been a really excellent choice for this photograph. There's a lot of detail. Those really strong white lines draw you, from down the bottom right back into the frame where that little figure stands. There's so much detail. The icing, I guess, for me was the subtle cloud bank across the top that really keeps your eye in the frame. It's an excellent image. The only suggestion I could make was, I don't know whether it's possible, but a deeper depth of field for that out of focus area in the foreground, or making a smaller circle to lessen that. But excellent image.
I hope they were listening.
Can I
Jason?
just say, I just, all of that except that the figure really let me down and everything was taking me there and it just did not deliver when I got to that figure. But everything else is nice.
I think they'll still like you, Jason. Thank you for that. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. So fairly even scoring, and it has resulted in a 79, which is a high bronze. So very close. So we kind of have to do something anyway. So Jason?
Since we have to review it, I gave it 82. I'll make a case to get it over the 80 so we're not stuck here. Look, this is a style of image that's not really my jam usually, but this sort of tangerine dream aesthetic with the unusual colour palette is quite surreal and kind of fits with the long exposure technique. The crispness of the silhouetted rock on the horizon works. It's just right. It's crisp. It's nice. It delivers. The off-center placement is perfect for where I would like to see it. I can't go further because there's not enough in it to propel me into the heady heights of silver distinction. But I think it's worthy of a silver award. Please tell me why it's not.
Okay.
I put this in solid bronze. I enjoy the colour palette. I think it is surreal, but it's actually nicely balanced. What's kept me in the bronze is I don't believe that rock or wood, I'm not 100% sure what it is actually necessary in the image. I think it actually, you get there and there's no detail. It's very, very soft in terms of its tonal value, that it actually doesn't hold you there or direct you in any other direction. But I enjoy the movement that's happening through the rest of it.
Thank you, Kay. Anyone else? Jason?
Yeah, I can see that. If anything, I want it to be a cooler shape, but it's hard to control that as a photographer. So I think tonally it's way in the distance. It's in the mist. It's ethereal. We're not quite sure what it is, which is nice with the whole vibe, as Mike said. I think it's more of a silver vibe myself.
Well, you've got jam and vibing going on, so let's get into it. See what scores. Rescore, please. Or did I? No.
Yeah, got to click some buttons.
Well, while I've stuffed up there, I can tell you I think that's Sail Rock off the Hen and Chicks, but anyway, there you go. Jace. Well, you didn't do very good, Jace, because it's still on 79. So let me just push the relevant
One
button.
job.
Thank you so much. All right, it's still twirling. Okay, in or out, 79 or 80? 79. Oh no, here we go, it's still coming. Yes, 79 it remains.
Can I have a blank screen, please? Jace, your services are needed elsewhere, so can I get Jackie to step in, please? Okay, you've been on for a while. Can we get Matt to replace you, please?
We're good? Next print, please. Okay, feeling even scoring, and we're in the bronze range at 76. Everyone happy? Yep. Okay, comment, Jack?
Yeah, I think this could have gone into another scoring range if it had just been a little bit sharper or added a little bit more structure so we know where the point is on those waves. But a lovely colour rendition.
Nice, concise comments. Thank you, Jackie. Next print, please. We have a situation. So there's a range of scores here. It's resulted in a 79. And I knew Jackie would be challenging. And what's your score, Jackie? Let's go.
I scored it into the silver distinction 87. It's a very deliberate, controlled image that's asking us to celebrate that one main tree that's a little bit different in amongst this chaotic coastal landscape of trees. And there's a little bit of warmth in that as well. It's just pulling it out. I think it's subtle. It's not overstated. It's enduring all those trees that are in the background there that have been there for maybe hundreds of years. That cyany sort of it's dropping your eye back. I think it's a really well crafted image, beautifully printed, and well deserving in that silver distinction range.
Thank you, Jackie. Matt.
Yeah, I kind of saw the same things, but saw it as above professional standard in the bronze range. I just feel like there could have been a little bit more work done to celebrate that main tree, perhaps just sort of really gentle darkening and lighting up more of the base of that tree. It's really only bright at the top side rather than all the way, a bit lower below that foliage. So I guess just a little bit more work on the treatment might have got me a bit higher, but I'm listening.
Thank you, Matt. Mika.
I scored this silver 81. I'm enjoying your interpretation, Jackie, and I'm listening. I really appreciate the composition of this photograph. It's a very busy kind of environment, but there's no sense of busyness at all. It's very quiet, very peaceful, very understated. That central tree is certainly the celebrated tree there. The rest are just an audience. I think it's a beautifully crafted image. I'm not sure I can come up to silver with distinction, but I'm certainly in silver.
Jackie.
Righto. So the bush in the front is what's hiding the bottom of the tree. It's because there's a much more dense foliage down there that's doing that. But that individual tree, I think is enough. There's enough there. That subtlety, and it's not being rammed to us too hard. I think she's almost a woman. You know, she's got it clean. She's got her makeup on, and she's just glowing enough. Yes, there's a lovely repetition of those lights and darks and those background trees to know that this is a really well studied image, a found image in the landscape. Very nicely seen. I'm still on 87. Thanks.
Okay, we have an original score of 79. Let's rescore, judges. Oh, hang on, did I do it? Yes, I did. No, sorry guys. Just a mo. I got caught up in the makeup and all that.
Oh. The vibe.
Okay. She's well made up in the end, and she's landed on an 83. Which is a silver. Well done. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Great minds think alike, only 1 point away from each other. It's resulted in a bronze at 76. Well done. Tim, your quietude is over. What would you like to say to the photographer?
Congratulations to the photographer. It's a beautiful, well-handed print. I really appreciate the etched edging on the matting. I think that really helped frame it. I was just probably looking for something a little more with the sheep, maybe one of them really sticking out or looking towards us to bring it up a bit higher.
Thank you. We'll accept that. Next print, please. Okay, well done. We have a silver distinction, majority of 3 at 85. So those in that vicinity are probably pretty happy. Jackie, would you like to make a comment for the photographer?
Yeah, scored at 88. Just how magnificent to get that bird in that space, the dark against light, just as the mountain's coming down. Well, into another scoring range. Perhaps the paper could have been a little bit more glowy through the background, so that the birds actually have a bit more synergy to the misty mountains. So perhaps a glossier paper, but great.
Thank you, Jackie. We'll accept that. Next print, please. Fairly even scoring, and it's resulted in a bronze at 76, so well done.
I'll challenge it.
And Jackie's in the next scoring range, so Jackie's challenging. What have you got? What's your score, mate?
I scored at 82, just for the study of the composition, I guess. The old trees is against on the left-hand side, and the mountains and the Tassie landscape, I think it is, with a cloud in the right to balance the trees on the left. The choices of the saturated colours of just coming under these trees of foreground. I thought there were lots of really good choices, and I thought it was deserving of silver.
Thank you, Jackie. Matt?
Yeah, I was in high professional standard, and I've spent a lot of time in this place. I felt that the colour treatment of the foreground was actually kind of detracting from the subtlety of Cradle Mountain depicted in the background, and that those two elements weren't really cohesive in the way that they were treated. And also that the ridgeline on the right-hand side running into the top of Cradle Mountain kind of diminished its stature within the photograph a little bit. So I agree that there's some great elements going on here, but perhaps I would have liked it more with a crop to the right-hand side and really playing off that balance of trees and cloud.
Janine? Oh, Mika, sorry. Big button.
There are lots of things I do appreciate about this photograph. The things that held me back were the very bright cloud sitting on top of the mountain that kept drawing my eye. There's not a lot of texture in that cloud. And the contrast at bottom left I found was a bit too deep. I just felt that where the strength of this image is I think the joy of the colour and the light, and I'm just not getting that.
Thank you, Mika. Anyone else? Jackie?
No. Yep. Look, I take that all on board. Yeah, this is why there's a panel of 5 judges, but perhaps if the tonal ranges had been controlled a little bit more, I think it would have improved. A little bit too much contrast, but I think the subject are the trees, Matt, and the mountains are just in the background, because they're such a grand mountains that they're just, it was another take on that.
Thank you, Jackie. So the original score is 76. Let's rescore, please. Okay, we've got one more point. They all count. 77. Well done. We'll accept that score.
Can I just have a blank screen, please? Matt, I think you need to go next door now, so thanks for your time. We've booted you. Is Paul in the room? No, we've lost him. All right, Rebecca, can I get you to jump on, please? Okay, we're just going to take a couple-minute break. Thank you.
Everyone have a little stretch if they need to.
You'll have to go in because we've already got some.
true self.
Okay, team, let's go. Good on you, Mike. Thank you. Panel ready? Sweet as. Next print, please. For even scoring, thank you, panel. It's resulted in a high bronze at 78. Is everyone happy with that? Yep. Comment, Jack?
Yep. I think it's a lovely tree, a wonderful tree. How do you feel about it? Is it lonely? What is it? So give us a little bit more space around it, perhaps, into a square format, but increase that power, and I think it'll do really well.
Thank you, Jackie. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Very even scoring. However, it has resulted in a 79, which is clap, 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 high bronze. So we have to make a decision. Oh, yes, here we go. Is that a challenge? Thank you.
Look, I'm really pleased that this is where we're at, actually. I scored this an 80, just sitting in the silver category there. We see this you know, sort of imagery quite a lot. You know, that beautiful stream and, you know, that forest scape. But this has been beautifully done. It's a high level of craft, that delicate, beautiful little stream, and then sort of coming down there on the left and then bringing your eye back in. The colours are just superb. It feels kind of fairy wonderlandish. It sort of visually is just a feast, and I think the photographer should be rewarded here in a silver.
Oh, right, okay. Anyone else? Thank you. Janine, yep.
Look, well said, Rebecca. I'm on 79. And yes, we do see many of these sorts of images, but I think the thing that did elevate it for me above being a professional image was the observation of this really tiny stream that would so easily be passed by and is actually really beautiful. And so, yeah, I'll be considering going into silver.
Yes, Tim.
Yeah, I gave this a 79 bronze, but I was umming and ahhing about silver, so I'm glad we're having this discussion. The longer I sit with this, I think there's the peaceful element. You can almost hear that stream trickling along, and I think what's really just popped out to me is those bushes in the top left, almost kind of like fireworks, but they're bursting from the scene, and then the moss is just quietly growing on all the stones. So I think it's a really, really well handled print, and yeah, I'll be coming to silver.
Thank you, Tim. Mickey, yep.
I was very close on 79. What held me back was the smallness of that stream within the scene. I understand that it's quiet, it's understated, but I found myself looking at all the other areas in the photograph and not coming back to the stream, which is the central image, and you know the detail is wonderful, it's all there, but I just feel like there's too much included, and a little less might have concentrated the focus on the main elements there.
Thank you for those comments. You want to bring it home, Rebecca?
Yeah, look, we're 1 point away here, and I think I've just heard a lot of positive comments. I hear what you're saying, Mika. There is a lot going on in there. My eye, being the brightest part of the image, is that middle stream, and that's where my eye is immediately drawn. And then you just get this beautiful sort of, you know, flow when you kind of step out of that stream and you sort of carry on around. And I actually think all of that information in there, and it's all very, very sharp. And you know, normally that kind of thing is a bit overwhelming, and you do want to bring it in, but I actually think that adds to it. I mean, the beautiful, delicate moss, and then you've got these kind of strandy, you know, grassy flax things up at the top that I kind of feel like is floating down into the stream, leading your eye back in. I think it's a really well seen, like Jackie said, no, sorry, Janine said, you know, you could have just walked past this, but the photographer didn't, and has taken the time and effort and just created a stunning piece of work there. So let's go. One
Thank
more
you,
point.
Rebecca. Original score 79. Rescore, please.
It thinks I'm the challenger. It thinks I'm the challenger, and it won't let me change my score.
It thinks Tim's the challenger, and it won't let him change his score
Oh.
instead of me.
So what does that mean to me? Okay. Let's we go back.
Yours, Matt, too.
Unlock scores.
Yeah, no, I can't be floating.
Press the challenge button again.
Hit there. It's all your fault, Tim. All right, because I chose floating. Don't choose. Oh, your Mick is under Mick.
Oh, yes, I'm in his mat.
Right. That old trick. Because all you girls look like Matt, eh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
me the most.
Okay, so that has now resulted in a silver at 80.
Hey.
So we'll accept that score. Thank you very much. Next print, please. There's a lovely audience is built, which has probably warmed the room up heaps. Thank you very much. Landscape and camera is always a very strong category with many very high quality entrants, so garners a lot of enthusiasm. Great judges. Fairly even scoring's resulted in a high professional standard of 74. Everyone seems to be nodding. Comment for the photographer, Mika, yeah?
The idea of capturing movement and not so much the elements of the landscape, I think, has been really well seen and created. I feel like there's a little bit too much brightness in the top half of the image where there's not as much happening, so perhaps focusing on the movement of the flow and the further down might have improved this image.
Thanks, Mika. Next print, please. Excellent even scoring and has resulted in a good silver at 83. So we have immediate happiness and acceptance. And a comment for the photographer, Janine?
Congratulations to the photographer. This is a beautiful, sort of emotive, evocative image, pastoral scene. The lighting is sublime. I really can't pick what I would do to improve. It would have been really nice to see a slightly different placement of the horses, but I realise that that would be perhaps out of the photographer's control. But yeah, well done to the photographer.
Thank you. Accept that. Next print, please. Fairly even scoring, resulting in a bronze at 75. Are we happy? Mika, would you like to talk to the photographer?
I think the photographer has seen a really beautiful scene here. The graphic element in the along the 2/3 line from the left, I think, is really quite intriguing. Those tonal, the series of tonal changes is really beautiful. I feel that the composition is excellent. Perhaps deciding whether or not the graphic element or the softness of the scene, and making a choice either way might have strengthened the image, but I'm not 100% convinced of that. I think this is a beautifully seen and photographed image.
Thank you.
Can I have a blank screen, please? Just another judge change. Tim, thanks for your time. And Paul, would you like to step back on? Oh, sorry. And Mika as well, do you want to take a break? And we'll bring Mike back, please.
And just while we're making a judge change, all we nerdy photographers wouldn't be able to get together and celebrate photography like we do unless we had our sponsors. And we kindly sponsored, Big Daddy sponsors Sony, and I'd like to thank them also for sponsoring this category. So thank you very much, Sony, and we'll have the next print, please. And party boy Jason has just informed me that there is, what did you call it, a grad party? Rap. Oh, rap party. So if you're into rap, the party tonight is here at 6.
Rap the W.
Yeah. No shit, Sherlock. Yeah, that was shit without an S. Sorry about that. So hard to be good all the time. In fact, I find it hard to be good some of the time. Okay. Well done, judges. We have quite even scoring here at an 80 average, a silver. Well done to the photographer. We happy, panel? Michael, would you like to comment for the photographer?
Yeah, I really enjoy the embryonic shapes and just the whole feeling of this landscape being alive and moving. It's wonderful.
Thank you, Michael. We'll accept that. Next print, please. Okay, well done, panel. We have a silver at 82. But Jackie has her hand raised, and you may proceed.
I'd like you to consider 87, silver distinction. I just think that the quality of light that's on that tree on the right, with that quality of paper and the luminescence of that, and the treatment to bring out those textures is the holding place that you can just roll around. And then obviously we've got those lovely birds sitting down there. I think as a sense of place and a sense of being there, I think they've really well handled all that. Yeah, just what do you reckon?
Janine, you're at the other end.
Thank you for challenging this, Jackie. I gave this 78, and I think I was a little bit stingy. I certainly did see the beautiful, beautiful craft in this image, and I'm listening. I want to hear more.
Rebecca Matt, you can speak now.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Matt. Look, I gave this image an 85, and I'm sitting with Jackie here, and perhaps I was being even a little bit stingy there, and should have fought a little bit harder. For me, it's you know, I stood back and observed this, and it gave such impact to me. It was an emotive quality in this image that it's soft, it's delicate. You sort of then get closer and further rewarded with those beautiful swans, which are kind of murky, but there's a couple, there's two swans in there that are interacting and they're making a little beautiful shape with their necks. What's not to love about this? It's been absolutely handled very, very high craft. I look at Silver's distinction here on my little list. Excellent level of imagination, creativity. I mean, for me, it's probably more on the visual communication, interpretation of subject and or emotion, and then excellent level of technique, craft, production and print quality. I mean, it's pretty much excellent sitting in all of those categories there for me. I think it's absolutely deserved of lifting up. Yeah. So.
Did you want to have a chat, Paul, before Jackie takes over? Oh, there's Michael.
Yeah, I gave the 77. I will be coming up, but I do think that the distinction's a little bit too far for me. I found that vignetting on the corners, especially the bottom left and right, really drags my eye away from the beauty that's in the centre with those swans, which is where I really do want to go. But what's in the centre is stunning, and as I say, I'll come up.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, the vignette on the bottom, on that left-hand side, is a bit of a spoiler. But for me, I just still went to that main tree. There's almost, you can see some lips and an eye in there. It's kind of like a sheep now. But yeah, I'm on 87. There you go.
Okay, judges, rescore, please. Oops, I don't think I pushed the right button, did I? Oh, yeah, yes. No, I haven't. Okay. Sometimes I get caught up in the discourse and forget what I have to actually do.
Oh,
okay.
I was doing a panic.
You're also convincing.
Here we go.
Okay, here we go. Well done. We have a silver distinction, 85, majority of 3. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. You're going really well, judges. Timing's great. Fairly even scoring across the range. We have a 76 average, so we have a bronze there. Are we happy? Yep. Who'd like to make a comment for the photographer?
Yeah,
Jackie.
Sure. I think this would have gone up to a little bit, into another scoring range, perhaps, with just a little bit more structure in some of those lines. The paper that it's been printed on is soft, and the print is soft, and I think it needed to be even harder paper might have helped.
Thank you, Jackie. Next print, please. Okay, we have a situation with 3 thinking the same, 2 out there a little bit, and it's resulted in a good bronze at 77. We all happy?
Comment?
Yes, you may comment, Paul. Thank you.
Yeah, I feel like it's there's a lot of sort of summery brightness and feel to the season, but it's not supported very well by the heaviness and darkness of the treatment. And I also feel like there could potentially bring a lot more life and drama order to the scene when it's shot at a different time of day and different lighting conditions.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, next print, please. While you're in the audience, you might want to give each image a little score yourself and see how close you get to the judging panel, just for a bit of fun to wake you up. Well done. We have a silver majority of 380.
Challenge. Yeah.
Oh, Jackie's pretty keen. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm challenged this at 87. Silver distinction. These wonderful shapes, perhaps made in sand, pulling our eye up, that makes me think of pine trees and other realities in my mind. The two little lines right through the bottom are like a mountainscape, quite deliberate. Really a studied image. The colour tones will suit the substrate or the sandy texture that we're coming from. So it's bringing us from where we were and it's taking me somewhere else. And that's where it took me up into silver distinction.
Go for it, Michael.
I gave this 83, so I obviously agree with you, Jackie. But to go higher, I actually found that there's a bit of burning at the top and the bottom, which is making those two areas a bit muddy. And that's just detracting from me. I would have liked to have seen it treated more evenly, and then that abstraction would have been stronger for me.
Okay, Janine, you were a little ways off the other end.
Yeah, look, I was down the other end on 75, and look, I saw a really attractive sandscape, and it was kind of saved a bit by the two cracks at the bottom, but there wasn't enough there for me to really hang my hat on to bring it up to the silver level.
Thank you, Paul. Yes.
I was beautifully drawn to the upper half of the frame, and I feel like as an abstraction, as like a square crop alone, it really would have added a lot of mystery and intrigue. And I actually felt disappointed by, oh, geez, the bottom half, now I know what it is. There's no mystery anymore. And so there's maybe a conversation about how necessary or useful that two halves are included in the frame.
Thank you, Paul. Jackie, you've got a conversation. Let's see how you go.
Okay. Well, it's everybody brings what they bring to it. It's not about me trying to tell you what it should be, but I do. I believe those shapes are getting stronger. Mike, you mentioned that burnt out sort of look. Maybe it's kind of like it looks like a burnt forest too, and there's smoke in there. I do think these fronds that look like almost porcupine, back of some animal. It's still taking me onto different planes of interpretation, and that's what I am there at 87.
Okay, thank you, guys. Beginning score 80. Could we rescore, please? Okay, it's bumped up to 82, which is fantastic. So we're going to have a blank screen now because Jason's iometer has spotted something.
The left-hand light's too high now. There we go. Look, see?
While we're fixing up the lights, we might swap out some judges. So, Janine, do you want to take a break? And Jace, do you want to join us? And
Once you fix the light.
Rebecca, do you want to take a break? And Kay, can you join us, please?
was just giving Jackie one of our nice little cuddle things.
Not you,
You're right. Jackie.
Don't let me stop you.
Just a little bit left. Judging shot, Jace. Jax, there we go.
It's come down a fraction more too.
Yeah, it does. In fact, the lighting's been a bit dark, to be honest. Been a bit dark. Yeah, okay. You notice that, Paul?
What's that?
The lighting's just, it feels a bit dark.
Definitely. I noticed that instantly the first day.
Yeah.
I was like, oh,
Doesn't seem...
it's enough, but it could do with more.
Yeah.
But are they measuring the ambient light though?
I don't know.
I don't think they are.
No. It's actually a bit, yeah.
This will be even like that.
No.
I think that's what's causing it.
I mean, it's consistent across the room, that's all I can tell.
Yeah.
I thought room 1 was a little bit darker. I haven't been.
Okay.
I don't think these are too bad.
Certainly, just people your opinions to yourself in that one.
But yeah, definitely on the duller side.
I much prefer the Australian system.
Oh,
of
those bars are beautiful.
They
You don't get yourselves in the way. You don't have to.
Well, they're also easier to control and more consistent.
More consistent.
And, yeah.
And brighter.
Yeah.
And light, no issue with shadows.
No, that's right.
Yeah, so you're not constantly having to awkwardly.
Okay, so who's got them, Paul?
Good question. Ask Matt.
We want them.
Yeah. I was surprised
I
they.
talked to Matt about them quite a while back. Because what they used in AIPP.
Yeah.
We know who they throw everything out. I thought, God, we could have done with those items.
Totally. There must be around
Jason, is your iometer happy? Perfect. Excellent. Next print, please.
This is whipping us through.
Okay, you're all in the same neighbourhood there. We have a 72 professional standard. We're all happy. Comment for the photographer? Yep, go for Paul.
Yeah, there's a natural kind of drama and there's lovely linear flow from left to right through here and pops of colour. But where it falls down is there's all this beautiful texture and subtlety to explore that if you opened it out and lifted it up tonally, there'd be a lot more to dance along through the frame with.
So everyone's nodding, the photographer, so I hope you take that on board. Next print, please. Thank you, panel. Very even scoring. We have a bronze at 77. And Michael has thrust his hand to the sky.
Just a comment.
Oh, just a comment? Oh, hang on.
Are you challenging?
Well, I'm going to. We'll override the comment and we'll accept a challenge from Jackie. And your score is?
My score is 82. It's a well-deserved silver because of the high level of craft and skill and composition. It's a well seen. This location is very well photographed place we know. But I guess it's that ice in the foreground, just a wonderful piece of ice. I mean, wonderful time of day, a wonderful sunrise. I mean, this is what landscapers love. It might be not what I would photograph, but I still can appreciate that somebody else has done this and they think it's the best shot they've made, and I think they should be deserved. Given a celebration of silver.
Good start, Jack. Kay.
Yeah, I put this on 74 professional standard. I'll come into bronze range, I think. I felt the timing might have been just a little bit off. There's the sunlight on the hills on the left-hand side. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more of that going back into the scene where your eye is actually drawn to, but it becomes quite flat. So maybe just waiting a little bit longer for the sun to come up just that fraction more. But it's beautiful. It's beautifully seen.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, I gave this a bronze. I gave it 76, and I sort of believe that's where it sits, mainly because of the placement of the ice. It's not against the highlight, and as a result, your eye gets muddied down the bottom where it's actually against this sort of dark grey. If it had been lifted up slightly into that brighter patch, the whole thing would have sung, and the foreground would have been really strong, and we would have celebrated that. So that's the reason I'm not going into silver.
Jackie.
Yeah, well said, Mike, and I believe you're right.
Would you want to live in their house, eh?
Can I have that in writing, please?
Yeah, can that be transferable? Okay, let's rescore, judges. Thank you very much. We still have a nice strong award at 78, so we'll accept that score. Next print, please. Okay. Bend it over your knee. Okay, I thought you put your hand up. It was a bit early, you didn't even know the score. Wonderful. Congratulations to the photographer. We have an 80 average. Panel's happy?
Yep.
Comment, go for it, big guy. Jace the ace.
Sure. Look, I love the leaves are beautiful. The things that, like they've just been handled so well, things that bothered me just with the top left corner getting a bit crowded. Maybe there's a better crop available, and the beautiful leaves are let down by the vague sort of flat light in the landscape in the bottom. Something else happening there. I don't know.
Thank you, Jason. Did you have a better comment than that? 'Cause you probably did.
I was going to say, maybe a bigger depth of field so we can see those mountains a bit more. Yeah.
And that too.
Excellent. Thanks for that. Can I just grab a blank screen for a second? Everyone's so keen. Paul, can I get you to take a break? And Rachel, can you join us? And Jackie, can you take a break? And I'll get Tim back to join us, please.
You happy, panel?
Who've been judging it?
All good? Next print, please. This must be the most exciting thing happening in Nelson because the room is full. Thank you, mate. Fairly even for four of you. One's out there, but it has resulted in a bronze at 75, majority of 3, and we have Rachel challenging that situation.
Yeah, I've given this 81 silver. I was in the bronze range because I felt that that's where the image sat, and then I found the lovely silhouette, the head of the dog, in that sort of left-hand lower corner with the way that the ears, the dark shape at the top, underneath the dog's chin is the dark shape, and the darks were what were holding me back until I saw that they were accentuating the ambiguity of the possibilities within the landscape, and so I popped it into the silver range at 81. Come join me.
Who would like to reply? Kay.
I'm on 65. Just in professional standard, I felt that the black areas were what draws your eye, but when you look at them, there's actually nothing there to look at, and so you're left with these quite significant areas of nothing within the scape. Yes, I can see a little bit of a dog shape, but it's not enough for me to put it into an award range. I think it's quite heavy, the whole image. There's a lot of vignetting that could be lifted up to actually lighten some of that texture, and so we see a little bit more of that texture. I'm fairly comfortable where I am at the moment.
Michael?
Sorry, Kay just said what I was going to say, so... Yeah.
Thanks, Mike. Well, Rachel, bring it home.
Okay, so those dark shapes, what I'm finding about them is that even though they're very, very heavy, I think that that's quite intentional just to enhance the abstract nature of the contours and the possibilities and images within that. And the highlights that run through are the finer details in the shape of, I'm going to still keep calling it a dog, it could be anything, but the way that that's done I think is very, very intentional rather than being a lack of skill on part of the photographer, and so I'm still pushing for a higher score and maybe even silver if you can bring your minds to it.
Thank you, judges. Let's rescore. Higher bronze, they all count, 78. Well done. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. You're doing very well, so you can dally a little bit. Pretty even scoring, resulting in a silver at 80, majority of 3. Well done. Comment, Tim? No? Anyone? Yes, Michael. Oh.
Just lifting your mid-tones up a little bit more to make the the mountain itself a little bit stronger. At the moment it's being dominated by the sky.
Thank you, Michael. Next print, please. Not that it's a race or anything, but Michael, you are the fastest thinker amongst your peers. And we have a range of scores which has resulted in a high bronze at 78. Because he's the fastest thinker, he's had the longest time to think, and he wishes to challenge. What's your score, Michael?
I gave this 87. This is Hieronymus Bosch meets helicopter. Yeah? So what we've got is the most amazing dramatic fire, which has been rendered with contrast and drama and action, and the helicopter is just giving us the purpose of the whole thing. It's a frightening landscape, and it's an exciting landscape, and it's certainly something that's very original. I think we should applaud it.
Yep, JC Ace.
Oh, look, I knew I was going to have to talk about this. It's such a moment, such an incredible moment, such a spectacular scene. There's two things. Oh, it's got at 73, which I might come up a bit. There's two things. The helicopter is half a second away from being silhouetted against the smoke, which would have made it the hero that it deserves to be. Instead, it's getting a little lost. And worse than that, when you then go looking for it, the whole image has been cropped too far and it's pixelated. The blades look like they're made of Lego, and I feel bad saying that because it just lets down what should be crisp and exciting drama.
Okay.
I scored the 74 for the same reason that Jace has just mentioned. But when I went and had another look, I thought the whole image was very, very soft. But when I went and had another look, I felt, oh, okay, maybe I can forgive that because it's the haze that's actually creating that softness within the whole image. It's a beautifully timed, maybe not 100% perfect image, which could bring me up to silver. I love the way that the helicopter and its bucket is actually emulating the angle that is being portrayed through the fire and the smoke. I think there's a cleverness there. There's a little bit of heaviness in the foreground, but I am listening.
Rachel.
Yeah, I scored this 80 at silver. I'm not convinced I could go into silver distinction, Mike, for the reasons mentioned, but it was the subtle painterly type effects that are coming through in the smoke and in the scene and the drama of it that I felt really put it into the silver range.
Thank you, Rachel. Go, Tim.
Sorry, I thought I'd just jump in here. I really want to commend the photographer for the composition. I think this square crop is absolutely perfect, but I do agree with what's been mentioned here on the technical side. I really wanted that chopper to be pin sharp, and I just feel like the bottom left and right corners are a little bit too dark, and a bit more dynamic range for me would lift it up. I scored at 74, but I'm happy to come up a bit.
Good.
Help them see what you see, Mike.
All right. Look, I think you're focusing on the wrong elements. it's not about the helicopter, right? If the helicopter was in the bright area, then that would be the point of the photograph. The helicopter's it's the after thing. If you like it, it's the bit of brain candy, but it's not the subject. The subject is actually the fire. It's actually that valley. And the darkness on either side at the bottom is what forces you to go up through, from that smoke in the foreground, up through that valley, up into the smoke. And if the helicopter was more central and dominant, that would take away from that whole flow through the landscape.
It's almost not fair, is it? Good luck with that. Judges, rescore, please. Oh, Michael, you owe them a beer. 81 silver. Well done. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Oh, I beg your pardon. That was the last print. So, little change over to the digital side of our presentation.
You got it, Tim.
We got there.
That was so good.
Oh my God. You can close shoes on. What's happened?
I can't see the phone.
Where is
It's coronavirus.
My feet are too hot, actually.
Seeing as we have quite a lovely audience here today, you can vote for your favourite judge. And don't be completely convinced by Michael all the time, but he is pretty awesome.
Pay to say that.
So if you wish to vote for your favourite judge, there is a little voting box by the prints on display outside in the foyer. So have a think about that and maybe drop a little vote in just for fun, and it gets announced on Monday night.
So when's it going to happen that you and Gerard get to judge?
In pursuit of giants. Injury.
And just while we're having this little break here, I might remind us all about our main sponsor, Sony. They're an incredibly committed sponsor, and they've provided prizes for our New Zealand Photographer of the Year, which gets to have a $10,000 prize pack, as does the Australian Photographer of the Year. And the category winners will get a beautiful trophy engraved and also a certificate, and they share in another pool of $10,000. So wonderful commitment from Sony. We really appreciate their association with us. And on top of that, they've sponsored this category as well. So thank you so much, Sony.
I may look like an old man. With the kids.
Look at that.
What's up, fellow teenagers?
So look at that, it's gone from hard copy. Now we are going to be presented with digital imagery, because we are a forward-thinking institute and we are able to move with the times. And so people are able to submit their images via digital media as well, which we are now going to entertain. So are we ready? Okay, panel good?
Yep.
Timothy? Good boy. Okay, image please.
Oh, nice one, Russ.
That's
We were
it.
just having bets that you would say next print, please.
Ah, yeah, right. Oh, there you go. Do we pause? We've just been advised of something about the format of the image, so
No, true.
as in the size.
Isn't it supposed to be
You
the
can
same
still think
size?
about it, but we'll just...
Like if it was a print
Okay.
size, it would be the same size. That's what instead of full frame. Has it?
What was that? Sorry.
Is it being full frame?
Someone's borrowed Jace's iometer and noticed something, so we're just dealing with it.
I think so.
Yes, please, that'd be great. Okay. Well, they can't. Mm. Mm. Right. Mm.
This is the guy with all the brains. We good? Oh, there's a format.
Print's coming up full screen instead of the print size.
Should have been.
Image was big. Image was big.
You think so? Yeah, if it was full frame, because that's not the same format.
We're just having a slight technical issue. So I'm going to give you some calming whispering
I think that's the point. I think it's being cropped.
to keep everybody calm.
Cropped on there compared to there.
So while we wait, how about an interesting fact about Sony? They began their business in 1946, and there's a lot of information here, but just succinctly, was two gentlemen who came together, and they were completely different, divergent thinkers about technology, and they came from completely different backgrounds, and but they possessed two different philosophies, yet they shared one common desire, and that desire to dream remains a part of Sony's DNA. The unique blend of product innovation and marketing savvy has complemented each other and continues to inspire all at Sony to deliver on the brand promise. The rest, as they say, is history. Visit the team on the Sony stand. The people there manning the stand are Kevin, Mike and Alice. And we finished the Iris part of our award system today, and the trade show will begin. And we ask that you support our sponsors and the people in the trade show. Go and have a look at all the wonderful products, have a chat to them. They loved having chats to you. We just couldn't do this without all our sponsors and without those participants. So please help support your local industry and each other, and go and have a chat to them all and enjoy what you see.
Sponsors, sponsors.
Sponsors, yeah.
I'm terrified of all these cables. I keep getting hooked up in them. I'm surprised I haven't tripped, to be honest. Just rip everything out. The computers go flying.
Fall me back. WWE smashed.
This is all your fault, Mika.
It's about 3, I think. 3 or 4.
Some of us have to be trying to make it. That's not bad.
No?
Yeah. It's our lot in life.
There we go.
Oh, look.
You better do.
Can we?
Oh, it might be.
Are you going to unlock the scores?
And is that now big enough?
No, that's Ollie. That was Ollie over there.
It's a little bit little.
Got small.
Image too big, now image too small.
What format was it?
I think that is the right size. I feel like that's the size it should have been.
Oh.
It's not how we've been viewing other stuff.
I think there's been some inconsistency.
Is that as big as
Yes,
the kids?
that's 100%.
Okay. So it's that they're all going to be that size? Wow. Okay. Are we happy with that?
Yeah, we're going to score it again.
Sorry, I'll unlock the scores apparently.
Do we just redo or should
Should we look at it again with fresh eyes?
It makes sense, though. To go to
I don't believe the fresh eyes, but you can look at it freshly.
I reckon that makes sense.
So
It's not how we've been seeing it.
It's how the files are presented. That's the slide rule.
actually waiting with anticipation myself. Okay, yep, we're all good. And we need one more score. Excellent. So very similar to the original thinking, and it has resulted in a bronze at 77. What?
75.
Doesn't say that here. Okay. Don't look at me. It is a bronze regardless. Cheers, Noton. Yeah, yeah. What are we typing? They've judges got different score too. Shall I accept the score?
Do you want us to rescore?
Oh. Yeah. Right. Cancel. Oh yeah, that shit comes up all the time. I'll just get rid of that. Oops. Excuse me. I've still got 77.
Get the guy.
Yeah. Get the big guy.
Get the brains.
Yeah.
I'm only a mere male.
If the photographer for this image is watching on the live stream or in the room, I know it feels agonising to have your image up and have so many things going wrong. We take pains to still judge it fairly. And I'm really sorry that we have technical issues, especially being the first digital entry.
Judges can please remember their scores in case they need to re-enter them. The system needs to be reset.
Yeah, but if this happens all the time, wouldn't it? Different score for them. On their screens, they're showing 75, we're showing 77.
When you hit 6 steps for that one, what's going on?
We did, yeah. And nothing changed, it just stayed at that. And then it came. Okay.
Judging room 3 is now known as the difficult room.
So we're just taking a little break for a little techo. Okay. Oh, well, we can...
Lunch?
Oh, yeah. Okay, we're going to put the judges on the spot now because they're going to have to tell us a little bit about themselves. You've got 30 seconds, starting with you, Rachel. What do you do of a day?
I am a photographer and a printer. I have a fine arts degree and really enjoy printing for other photographers. My genres would probably be landscape and, mostly landscape and nature, and a bit of travel back in the day when that was really easy. Is that 30 seconds? That's good, right? And I also will be working with the Ilford guys in the trade stand talking about papers and stuff like that over the weekend. So if anyone wants to know a bit more about Ilford papers, like that really cool sparkly new pearl one, come and see us. Yeah.
One to avoid next year. Because everyone will be using it.
Yeah, that's right too.
What? It's Mike's turn. We're going am I the penalty now? Thank you, Rachel. Can we please hear from Mike next? Same deal.
Okay, I'm Mike Langford. I spent most of my time, photographic time, in Australia, working for Australian Geographic. Came back here, married Jackie Rankin, and together we run photographic workshops. Jackie Rankin's sitting in the audience. Yeah, and she's my inspiration. That'll do.
Thanks, Mike. Love to hear from Kay, a formative part of my photographic career.
So nice to see ex-students doing so well.
Having arguments with you.
Yeah, I'm based in Tauranga and do photographic art. My focus is on photographic art and selling that through my online store and through a few outlets around New Zealand.
Where can we find that, Kay?
Sorry?
Where can we find that?
I just said.
Online
at KD Fine Art Photography. Oh no, KD Fine Art. What else do I do? Yeah. I've been teaching. I taught for 18 odd years photography, arts and design, and saw lots and lots of students go through the course and who have gone on to do some beautiful careers in photography, whether it's portrait, whether it's landscape, commercial. And I think just in terms of sitting here on the panel, there's actually been 5 Grand Masters sitting on the landscape and camera panel today. So well done to everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kay. Tim?
Hello. I'm Tim Lomax. I'm based in Christchurch. I've got a Master's in Creative Practice and a Bachelor degree in Design, majoring in photography. I mostly do portraiture and travel, documentary, street, anything to do with people, and I guess the landscape as well. Yeah, that's about it.
Now, Jason, can you tell us about yourself?
Well done, Mike. I'm going to.
Where did you learn your craft?
I learned my craft. I studied photography at UCOL in Palmerston North. Learned from the wonderful Kay Davis, as well as Ian Rotherham and Paul Gummer, who are also floating around, and others. And yeah, and now I live on the West Coast and take photos of lots of things. But I'm going to use this as a little opportunity to plug something I was involved with. You might have noticed I'm wearing a brace on my wrist. That's because I fell over crossing a river in the mountains with a bunch of photographers in the heart of the Southern Alps. And we made a little film, In Pursuit of Giants, which you can watch tomorrow evening at the Suter Gallery. And if you haven't already got a ticket, go and see Gerard on the Ilford stand. And if he likes you, he might give you a ticket. He might try and extort a gold coin donation from you, but I think it's only worked on a couple of people so far. So, you know, take that as you will. But yeah, it'd be lovely to have a lot of you along to that, and getting quick because tickets are selling fast. Oh well, I shoot commercial predominantly. I also have a little graphic design and print studio in Greymouth, and yeah, and just looked over my screen, and yeah, I do a bit of editorial and sort of adventure sport photography type stuff, and yeah, landscape work. Have we filled enough time? Oh my God, we're good to go.
So you can all hear me okay?
Yep.
Brilliant. Okay. Hey, well done, everyone.
Hi, Simone.
Hey, hi, my name's Simone Jackson. I'm just filling in for Russell Hamlet now. And I love these smiling faces in here. This is a huge room. Fantastic. Cool. Okay. All good to go. Could we please have the next image?
Are we rejudging, rescoring that one, or are we going past it? Do we need to score that one again?
Oh, I haven't heard about that one moment.
It went through?
It went through.
Okay, so you're going to click past it. What score did it go through with? 77. Okay.
Do we have
Can we just push that?
Simone?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Mm-hmm.
Could we get a comment, please, on the last print?
Oh, yeah.
Image. Oh, I did it.
Bazinga!
Could we please get a comment from one of the judges on the last image? Thanks, Catherine. Catherine, Kay. Sorry, I've been in that
I'm
room.
actually Matt.
Kay.
A lovely little scene that's been captured here. I think the only thing I found was that the tree, there's a lot of movement or subtle softness in the tree which shouldn't be there, and it's possibly camera movement, or wind, so a slightly faster shutter speed. But I don't feel the photographer's really brought anything more to the setting than what we're seeing.
Right, no, that's great. Great critique there, thank you, Kay. Could we now please have the next image? We've got a solid bronze at 79. However, Rachel is faster than Jace, and Rachel is challenging.
I gave this 84 silver. I found it really entertaining actually, and my amusement is probably what pushed it into the silver range. Keep left of poles. All of the ice is on the right hand side, and there's poles everywhere. Where am I going to go? I found that was it was really fun, and I thought it was cleverly done. Nice strong composition with that main pole placement in the image, and I thought it was well worth a silver.
Thanks so much, Rachel. And it might come down to either Mike or Kay. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, I gave it 74. Didn't see the humour, but I do now. Unfortunately for me, when I see writing in an image, that's what I look at first and most. If there'd been a crop that took that humour out, graphically and landscapey, I would have had a really interesting landscape without the distraction of the words. So that's how I'm looking at the image.
Right.
I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just saying that that's how I see it.
Thanks, Mike. I might go straight to you, Jace. Thanks.
That'd be great. I scored this 86, silver with distinction, and look, the joke is the gimmick, that's the in, that's what I feel like the photographer, if I was the photographer, I would have seen and tried to capture, but what they have gone and done beyond that is every single pole is separate, has its own space. There is rhythm of spacing, colour, size, length, sharpness. There's so much. This is all about rhythm. And so, yeah, maybe you could find a different perspective that doesn't have the sign in it and just focus on the simplicity of that rhythm. But to have both delivered so carefully and deliberately, to see the joke, to see the lighter kind of humorous element, but then to place it in this rhythmic, well-constructed, deliberately put together way, nothing touching the edges, every part of the snow has detail retained, that's worth more.
Brilliant, thank you. Wow. You're kind of pleased that you went the challenge, right? You can actually do whatever points you want. Yeah. Rachel.
Yeah, that's cool. Thanks, Jace. I'm glad that you're right up there, and I'm really pleased with everything you said because you've left not much for me to add. So push it up at least into silver, guys. But if you want to join Jace, I'll be sweet with that too.
And just hang on a second. I was too interested in the conversation to be doing my job. Here we go. And so you could be able to put your challenge scores in now. Just missing, here we go. We've got it to a solid silver at 83. Congratulations. We'll definitely accept that, that's fantastic. Thank you. Could we please go to the next image? We have a score of 78, which is a bronze. However, I think this is going to be a debate because there's a huge broad range here. Jace, you put your hand up really quick, which is good because your energy is just off the charts. I love it. So go for it, Jace.
Oh no, I scored this 92. I love this so much. And maybe I'm completely on my own, but I don't care. The interplay of all of those ridges stacked all the way back into the far distance, with different tonal range, it's like all distinct, all playing their own kind of, like just drawing you through the image all the way through it's like a paper cut, paper art. I don't know what do you call it when people cut fancy bits of paper and make art. That's lovely. That's lovely on its own. You can cover the foreground, and that's gorgeous. It's a lovely backdrop, and then those natural lines, natural shapes, rocky hills are contrasted so starkly against this highlighted ribbon of man-made structure, the road coming through, and then the star of the show is a rubbish truck. There's a commentary here. There's a statement. I mean, how much traffic went past on that road for the photographer, and they selected that as the star of the show. A rubbish truck driving through this mountainous environment, this unyielding rocky hill country, mountain country. I don't know. There's a story, and I don't quite have what it is, but I want to hear what you guys don't like about it.
Kay, what don't you like about it?
I've scored 68 in just professional standard. I understand all the layering of the tonal values in the hills that go past. What draws your eye is where the road is, and then your eye is just taken straight out of the frame to the right as you follow the road and the direction of the truck almost too. There's some elements on the peripheral edge of the image which should have either been cropped in or allowed more space. And I felt that there's a real heaviness on the bottom left-hand side that detracts from the subtleness of the tonal variations as you go back into the landscape. I don't feel the photographer's really brought anything to the image other than seeing the scene and pressing the shutter.
Thanks, Kay. Mike, I'd love to hear from you. You've got something to say too?
Initially, I gave this 78, but that doesn't mean that's where I'm staying. I'm actually going up to probably a mid-silver, possibly a silver with distinction, mainly because of it's a manscape. It's not a landscape, it's a manscape. And the balance of the road against the dark area on the opposite side of the frame are perfectly balanced. And the interjection of this man-made element into this beautiful landscape is such the opposite. It's one of those images that you look at the sublimeness of the layering of the mountains, and then you look at this interjection of man, and instead of avoiding it they've embraced it, and I think that's the point of the picture, is the embracing of man's interruption into the landscape. So well done, and I'm going to a silver with distinction.
Thanks, Mike. And Rachel, good to have some chat around this. We're talking gold, so.
Yep, I scored this 81 silver. I'm happy to come up. Initially, I thought that black area was a bit heavy, and then I found that balance that Mike's talking about with the road. The other thing that I think is incredibly well done is the use of the depth of field to make those mountain ranges all beautifully sharp and crisp. And the addition at the very top right of the additional man-made elements on the peaks, which just tie in the necessity for the road and the lovely straight pylons and everything and the man-made elements at the bottom of the image. It just completes it. So I'm happy to be pushed along and into a higher range here.
Thanks, Rachel. Tim?
I was on the lower end with Kay. I was at 72 professional standard, and mostly for what's been mentioned here, just the heavier left bottom side. While sitting here listening to the other judges, I've played around with crop, and I really feel like maybe even if you did a square crop focusing on the road and the truck and cutting off that whole left side, I think it would have flowed a lot better from the bottom to the top up to the mountain and the aerials up the top there. I definitely think I've probably been a bit hard, but I don't know. You've got a lot of sweet talking to do, Jace.
I'm a sweet man. Okay. If you crop the left, you lose a whole layer, which crunches that depth. In fact, you lose more than one layer because there's intermediate layers which you lose by cropping the left. You reduce to 3 or 4 layers instead of 8 or 10. The balance of the darkness on the bottom left, I don't think I need to talk about. It's balanced perfectly by the bright road. Light and dark can balance each other just as well. The darkest sort of frontmost of the background hills behind the road provides a framing for that truck and the road that contains it in its own little bubble, which gives us an image within an image. And then the larger area of the larger crop gives us the context. We live in an environment. We live in a world where we interact with that environment. We have to build infrastructure through mountainous regions. We have to transport mundane things like rubbish from one place to another. And when you potentially live in whatever country this is photographed in, that's a much more dominant part of your world. You don't necessarily just have rubbish trucks in the city. That it's a whole. It speaks to the whole infrastructure of being human in the landscape and the manscape, the womanscape. I don't know. I don't want to. Yeah. Maybe I got carried away. I think, look, I'll address the fact that I think the problem with the weight on the bottom left is just that a little bit of spotting of some of those highlights in that area would make it less contrasty and it wouldn't draw your eye as much. That brings it down a couple of points from where it could be, but not down to the 60s, that's for sure.
Thank you, Jace.
Let's go.
Right, let's pop these new scores in. And a couple more to go. We have got it to a silver distinction with 87.
Thank you, colleagues.
Well done, everybody. Well done. Right, everyone's all good? You all good out there? Brilliant. Could we please have the next image? And just a reminder to the judges, we'll have to keep our commentary just a little bit more shorter and succinct. Would be great. Thanks. Reasonably consistent scores along the line here. We have a score of 75, that is a bronze award. Congratulations. Could I have maybe one of the judges to talk about what they enjoyed about it, but maybe something what could have lifted it a bit higher? Thanks, Mike.
Look, the breaking wave in the centre is what's made it, what's lifted it into that next level. Would have liked to have seen just a little bit more detail in the sky. It's just losing a bit of structure in there. So darken down the sky and you've got a much stronger image.
Thanks, Mike. And I think almost every judge was nodding there. That's great. Could we please have the next image? And just a reminder to all the audience, we've got the Ian Paul Memorial Trophy, that is award that will be going to what you feel is the best judge that you've found here. So you can be a judge and judge the judges, and the box is out the back there to add. Thank you. How's your scores going, judges? Thank you. We have an 84 solid silver award. However, we've got a challenger. That is Rachel. Thank you.
Thanks. I gave this 92. I put it into gold. I find it quite breathtaking, actually. It's completely sharp and it's got magnificent detail all the way through it, but it's this beautiful, subtle palette that is very restful, and yet the dark tones in it are balanced and cut with the trees, the branches, tree stumps, whatever they are, coming through. I think it's really, really exquisite, and it's a beautiful landscape, and it's also a beautiful piece of art, and I'd like to know why you wouldn't put it up here with me. Gold, 92.
Thank you. Why, Tim?
Yeah, Tim.
And what was your score?
Rachel, don't hit me. I gave it a 76 bronze. Possibly been a little bit hard. I do agree that the colour palette is beautiful. There is just a wee bit of a smudge, or not a difference in colour where that tree line leads me, and to me that breaks the flow from going up and then across. I was also just looking for a little bit more in the scene to rest on. I feel the trees are leading us somewhere, but it's only leading me to that mark. But I'm listening.
Thank you. And who'd like to speak to it? Jace?
I gave it 82, and I'm feeling stingy. I'm getting like lace vibes. I'm getting all sorts of interesting, there's like just enough to suggest lots of things, but not quite enough to resolve them, and I enjoy that. It's provoking thought. The colour palette is delightful. That little smudge above the kind of horizon, shall we say, I think that just continues that line on that third. It just adds a subtle structure to the whole thing that works quite well. I don't need to be led anywhere dramatic there. It just helps keep that line running through the composition.
Thank you, Jace. And Catherine, Kay, sorry. I quite want to call you Catherine. Sorry, Kay.
I scored this 86 in silver distinction because I think it is beautiful. There's a subtleness to it, the veins, the texture, the cracks of the earth, I guess the trees create a beautiful line up to that, what could almost be a breaking point for the top part of the image, above where all those tree lines are. So there's a continuum there that's going up through there. There's a beautiful wave like lines and dynamics coming through the image. The colour palette's very, very subtle and beautiful, and it's very nicely balanced with the slight, almost darker greys on the left-hand side. There's two images in this scene, the right-hand side and the left-hand side, and I think they come together really beautiful. Whether I can go to gold, I'm not sure, but I'm listening.
Thanks, Kay. And Mike?
I gave this 83. I'm going to silver with distinction because of the painterly elements in it. I do feel a square crop to the left would make the entire image graphically stronger, but that's just a minor thing, but I'm definitely coming up to silver with distinction.
Thank you, Mike. And Rachel, back to you.
Thanks, guys. Some good points there. There's this beautiful texture running through this entire image, and that's what's bringing me back into it. So the smudge at the top is not. I need a better name for it than a smudge. It's almost like a shadow. It's actually adding to the dimensionality of the overall image, and that line on the third line there, and the textures leading my eye back in and around the image, and I'm not finding a reason to leave the frame. It's sitting with me for a very long time, and yeah, I'd love to see you guys push the score, if not into gold, then silver distinction. But I would love to see this rewarded. It's really, really great. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Okay, judges can rescore. Rachel, your score will be staying the same. You've done it. We've got 88. Solid silver distinction. Congratulations to the entrant. That's fantastic talking there. Well done. And we'll have the next image, please.
Can I have a break soon?
Sure. And, oh my goodness, we've got a silver distinction at 85. Well done. Congratulations to the entrant. Who would like to talk to the photographer? Thanks, Kay.
So it's just a comment.
Yes, thank you.
Really enjoyable piece of imagery. What really pulled it up for me was the top right-hand road, where you've got these two vehicles, both placed in the centre line and about to collide. I don't know whether the photographer saw that as he was taking it, whether it's through a drone or whatever it might be, I'm not sure. What possibly kept it down a little bit for me was the distortion of the car on the right-hand side. Other than that, I love the actual, the crisscross nature of intersecting man's place on the environment. It's really been beautifully handled.
Thank you very much, Kay. We're going to have like a virtual blank screen at the moment. We're going to do a little bit of a judge change. Mike, you've done a sterling job there. Thank you very much. We'll pop you out for a little bit. Jackie, could you come in place of the mighty Mike? Thank you. And Janine Fletcher, could I get you popped in place of Kay as well? Kay, thank you very much. We'll give you a bit of a break as well. Thanks for your hard work. So we're currently judging the landscape and camera category for 2022, proudly sponsored by Sony. We're very fortunate and privileged to have all the Australian entrants have joined in as well. So we're judging the Australian and the New Zealand entrants here. So hi from across the ditch. You're doing well, everyone over there. Right, let's have a look. Whoops. I'll stop that. Could we have the next image, please? Are you going with your scores, judges? We have a score of 78, bronze award. Thank you. And we've got a challenger, which is Jace.
Look, I gave it a silver, and I wondered if this would happen. I feel like the obvious thing to say is, like, could it be a panorama? And maybe it could, and maybe it would be stronger. What I'm getting, and what I think is worth giving it a little nudge or having a chat about, is it's like it's a landscape in the sky. It's dreamy. It's floating on top of a cloud, and that's been executed really well because it's handled the highlights are just kept in check. There's a little bit of fluffy texture throughout, and I think that works quite nicely. So, come on, guys.
Thank you. And someone who might have been a little bit further down, either maybe Tim or Rachel.
Yep, I gave this a 77. And I did think about the panorama argument, Jace, and I found some detail in the bottom of the image, and unfortunately, it's so it's noticeable in that sort of bottom left third, but that actually brings me away from all of the detail because it's sort of floating there in nothingness itself, and so for me, it should have probably not been in there. And so that's why I kept it in the bronze range, but convinced me otherwise.
Thanks, Rachel. I think I might be coming back to you, Jace.
Look, and you might be right. You might be right. I think there's probably it was a bold cropping choice, and maybe it wasn't quite the right cropping choice, and there could be something else that would bring it up. But that's one thing, one I think fairly minor thing to punish. I think I'm not doing a very good job. Yeah, okay, let's rescore it.
Judges rescore. Jace, your words did make a difference. We've gone to an 80 silver award. Well done. Fantastic.
Thank you, colleagues.
Yeah, the good point. Okay, I'm just thinking, could we maybe just send Matt and Mika and Paul away there's some pizzas out the back. If you could grab those now, but we will maybe, even if you want to come back and have a bit of a chomp while you're viewing, if you're keen for that. That'd be great. And Kay, I might get you, I think Mike might have gone, but Kay, I might get you to pop out now too while there's an opportunity to. Thank you. How many available judges have we got?
You can have the 0 spare judges.
Yeah, no, Kay, sorry, I might keep you back. No, we did have Rebecca somewhere, so I might, could I get you to see if you could find Rebecca Kempton? Thank you. She's eating as well? Okay, cool. Sorry, Kay, we'll just keep you in here just in case, because you're, yeah.
Just in case.
Thank you. That's fantastic. Right, could we now please have the next image? Right, we've got, ooh. We've got a silver distinction at 85. However, it might get slightly more exciting than this. Rachel has challenged.
I've scored at 91, gold. I probably should have been a bit braver and gone higher in the golds. I'm looking at this and I'm seeing the tree of life uprooted and all of the veins of the land around it are dry. I think there's a really amazing story here. It's beautifully captured. It's wonderfully composed and balanced, and the tones, those veins are circular. They're sort of encompassing the tree as they go around, and as well as going through the image, and it's sending this message of so many things that are happening in the environment and the landscape now. And I'd love to hear why it wouldn't be a gold team, and I'd like you to score much higher than me.
Okay, Jace, why wouldn't it be gold?
Oh, what's going on, guys? I've scored the 77. Maybe I used up all my juice. It felt like I can see where it was going. It felt like too literal a presentation, and I couldn't see past that to get to the figurative story. The bottom part of the image is a bit bright. The tree itself is a bit stark. And the whole thing feels like it's leaning away from me when I wanted it to be flat. So those are the reasons I stayed where I did, but I'm absolutely listening because I think it's cool. Just convince me why I can overlook those details.
Thanks. Bit of a chat round here, so could I have Tim to comment too? Thanks.
Well, Jason. No. I gave this 87 silver distinction. When I first went up there, I was just blown away, and then I think the more you sit with it, you know, how old is this tree? Is it hundreds of years old, 180 years old? And then you almost get really sad that it's been uprooted and it's dead, it's dying. I think the brightness down the bottom of the frame actually speaks to that narrative. It's showing that the landscape around it is slowly starting to fade or die along with the tree, and then it leads you up to the luscious greens. And then I think just having that petrified wood in the whites really bring you to the heart of the image. So yeah, I'd be happy to come up to gold with you, Rach.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Jackie.
Yeah, just bringing something else to that. I'm on 85, and I'm looking at I'm going to come back about gold. I hear what you say, but there is a sense of the of shoulders with the brown that goes on to the right of the rocks of the roots, and then on the left, and I really got a sense of head, and so that because of that interpretation, it's not just a tree. There's a sense of sense of personality here. So yeah.
Thanks, Jackie. And I think we'll go back to you. Oh, I think Janine's going to pop in here now.
Yeah, look, I scored this 83, and from a distance I thought, gosh, is this a standing tree with a really clever camera angle? And it was awesome when I walked up and saw that it actually, was on the ground. What held me back from going higher is I really didn't think the brightness of and saturation of the colours around it added to that story for me. And I felt like those beautiful tracks around the tree would have been greatly accentuated with a monochromatic kind of treatment.
Thanks, Janine. Back to you, Rachel.
I'm going to pull back to the story. I think the bones of the tree, the skeletal quality, the death there, and the dry veins of the earth, and the dryness coming through from the bottom up into those lush greens. I think that the saturation and the vibrancy in the top of that is just accentuating the way that yellowing is coming in from the bottom. It's just all adding to that really strong story about the tree of life and Mother Earth, and the way that the environment is slowly fading and becoming skeletal. And yeah, please gold.
Thanks, Rachel. So judges, could we rescore, please? We've made a really solid silver distinction at 88. Congratulations. Really good debate there. Thank you very much. We will have the next image, please. Thank you, Kay. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 74, which is a good professional practice. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. Thanks, Tim. If you could talk to the entrant about how he could have, or she could have got it into the award range.
Yeah, congratulations. I really love the quality of the tonal range throughout the image and the speckles of the white contrasting with the blue. I think what would have brought it up possibly into the award range is seeing more of that tree, because I think that's the focus here.
Brilliant. That's great critique. Thank you very much, Tim. Could we have the next print, please? Oh, image. Oh, I got caught.
$1 in the jar.
We have a score of 90, gold. Well done. Very exciting. Might get a bit more exciting. Rachel has challenged.
Given this 96 gold distinction, I think the first thing that hits you is the face and the profile, but I just think the way it's put together is so beautifully done. There's a hand reaching out into the left-hand side of the frame, and it's balanced beautifully by whatever the little dark elements are, whether it's birds or rocks or something like that in the top, and that brings you back into the brow line and the eyelashes in the face. I just find it incredibly restful and beautiful, and yeah, silver. Sort of what did I say? Gold distinction.
Get it right. Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, I gave this 88 silver distinction, and I was hesitant, and that was just me being shy, but everyone heard I gasped when I went up there. And I'm hoping my knowledge of Te Ao Māori is correct here, but I automatically saw Papatuanuku, the mother, Earth Mother, and it feels like she's reaching out to Tangaroa, the god of the ocean, and there's just this beautiful flow. The colour tones, and then the... yeah, it's just incredible. So I'm coming up.
Thank you. And Jackie?
Yeah, I was already there, 93. Gold distinction, I think, is where I'm going. Just that this is an in-camera capture, and just having two eyes, the eyelashes and those dark tones so beautifully rendered, and it's sublime. It's a gold distinction.
Yeah, because it's gold, I'd like to have a bit more chat around this too. Janine, would like to hear from you, please. Thanks.
Look, thank you everyone for pointing out the face, because I was really slow on that. So yeah, I'm right there now. I'm listening.
You're listening. Brilliant. You've got more to add? No? Okay. Was it Jackie? Back to you, Rachel.
Oh,
Brilliant.
me. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that it's all been said. It's an incredible in-camera capture. It's beautifully composed. The message is all there, and please pop it into gold distinction for me.
We have a 95, gold with distinction. Well done, well done. We'll have a little bit of a do a few star jumps if you want, judges. So you've got quite a long session going on.
Thank God I wasn't on 77 that time.
I'm just going to check a couple of things here. For any judges that are gluten-free, we just need to make the order in the next couple of minutes for gluten-free requests. You're good to go? All good to go?
Extra gluten for me, please.
Yeah, cool. So I think there's just one. Thank you very much. Brilliant. So you're good? Like you're not getting too... Yeah, because you've got quite long days. Cool. Awesome. We will go for the next image, please.
For those faces.
Currently judging the landscape and camera category, kindly sponsored by Sony here in New Zealand for both the Australian and New Zealand entrants. Got one more to go. Here we go. Oh, we've got an 81. That's a silver award. Well done. However, Rachel's on fire.
I had
She's
an
got
early
fire
lunch.
in her belly. Rachel's challenged.
I've scored at 87, silver distinction, not gold fever. No, it's amazing. We go from a faded, alone, single entity, and then there's this other entity that slowly enters their world, and they get there's a bit more strength to the image, a little bit more darkness, and then in the third frame they actually join, and there's this solidity. The tones darken again, and it's no longer alone. And I think that this message, it's beautifully conveyed and really cleverly put together, and I thought it should be rewarded with the silver distinction.
Thanks, Rachel. Jackie, you weren't feeling so generous.
So I gave it 74. I found it confusing. I wasn't sure, and the first frame, there's some light areas and dark areas. It felt unresolved, and it felt like a bit of an experiment of multiple exposures, maybe with the dark on top, but it didn't really come together. Maybe in the third image, maybe that on its own would have been stronger for me. But I'm listening to my fellow panel people.
Yeah, okay. I'd like to hear from maybe Janine or Jace, please.
Look, Rachel, I'm right here in support of you. I'm on 86. I did enjoy the design elements of this image, and it sort of felt like a play on evolution, things evolving and coming together. And you've said what I've been thinking, so yeah, I'm right there.
Thank you. And I don't think any other judges have anything more to add, so we might go back to you, Rachel. Thank you.
Yeah, just to address the sort of the transparency of that first image, I feel that you're not quite complete. An entity standing on your own, and life can be a little bit transparent when you're isolated. And I love the beauty and the subtlety in the way that this is transgressed and becomes this beautiful, strong, supported entity in the end of the image. And I find that the emotion there is really strong, and that's why I'm going for the silver distinction.
Thanks, Rachel. So, judges, you could rescore, please. We're currently sitting on 81, which is a good silver. We've made it to 85, silver with distinction. Well done, thank you. So you ready to do this now? Cool, thank you. Oh,
Awesome. We're just going to change out some judges because we're going to get some lunch. Jace, if you want to go and grab some food, and Rebecca, can you stand in for him? And Tim, can you go get some food? And get Mike to step in, please.
thank you, Tim.
Yeah.
Okay. You're too pretty to look like a Matt. What if Matt heard that? Right, so are we ready to go?
All ready.
Yep, all good, brilliant, thank you. We'll have the next image, please. We have a bronze award at 75. And the judging is quite consistent within about 3 points, so well done.
Comment?
Yes, that'd be wonderful. Thanks, Mike.
A little less sharpening. It's very obvious on the right-hand ridge. Just reprocess it, get rid of the sharpening, it will be much stronger.
Oh, that's great critique. Thanks very much, Mike. Well done. Could we please have the next image? Thank you, judges. We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. However, Mike is challenging this.
I gave this 84. I actually find the crop actually works, even though it's really extreme and violent and forces your eye from the bottom to the top. It's doing that in such a wonderful, direct way. We've got no choice but to head up through this image and find the clouds, which are absolutely perfect. So I'm seeing it as something that's very simple, really well designed for us to be forced through this image, and I think it's worth the silver.
Thanks, Mike. Jackie, could we hear from you, please?
Yeah, I scored this 72 into that professional practice because of the stretched nature of what's coming close to me, sort of in my face. And I wanted to sort of cut off the sky and celebrate what was down the bottom. I felt that the stretch didn't suit my aesthetic, but I'm listening.
Thank you. Rachel?
Yeah, I scored this 76, so I guess right on the average there. Mike, I'm quite happy to be talked up here. I found the crop to be very bold, and when I was looking at it, the way that it's cropped and the way that the lines in the sand lead you up into the image, there's actually this really cool optical illusion, which makes it feel like the top part of the image is coming towards you and makes those clouds really, really pop out. And so, yeah, for that reason, I would quite easily go up into silver with you.
Thank you so much. And I think might be coming back to you, Mike.
Okay. Now, one of the things that we try and do photographically with images is the thing called reduction. That's getting rid of all the things that you don't want to talk about in the image. And I think that the tight crop is one of those reduction things where the messes that could have been all around us, we don't know, but we don't know because they've left them out. And so I think the important thing is we are told where to look, how to look. And I totally agree with that foreshortening or the perspective change on the top half of the image with the sand. It's just brilliant. You feel like you're flowing into it and then back out of it again. I think it's quite special.
Thanks, Mike. So judges will get you to rescore. Haha.
79.
That poor entrant, what they go through, eh? So we have got a score at the moment of 79, which means it's on the cusp of 2 award ranges. So if judges could put in a score of 79 if they feel it's a bronze, or an 80 if they feel it is a silver. Oh, one moment, I just need to get the review button going. So here we go. Hang on, you in there, cool. It stayed at 79, but it's extremely high bronze. Well done. Congratulations. I'll go to the next image, please. We have a bronze award at 75. Thank you. We definitely accept that. And who would like to talk to the entrant about how they could have maybe further improved it to even get it a little bit higher? Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, a little bit more detail on the blacks would help us stay in the image longer. It's just a bit heavy on the left-hand side.
Oh, that's really good critique. Thanks very much, Mike. Right, I'm thinking I might, because we're having lunch happening quite soon, and we haven't got an awful lot of judges at the moment, we can swap in and out. I might be bringing a couple of judges in and out a little bit, but Kay's just arrived, which is perfect. Kay, we're going to pop you in place of Rachel Smith. Rachel Smith, thank you so much. Appreciate that. There's some lunch out there. If you do feel like maybe popping back a bit earlier, maybe eating here as well, it could help us just during the lunch period. Thank you. Are we all good to go there? Cool. Just need Kay to... You're amazing, Jackie. She's ready to roll. Okay, well, go to the next image, please. Thank you. we have got a score in of 85. That is a silver with distinction. Thank you very much. And I know Rebecca was absolutely keen as mustard to talk to this.
This has such visual impact for me, and I just really want to congratulate the photographer on an absolutely incredible colour palette. I'm not going to get emotional about this, but I feel that for me it has a real emotive quality, and what I see in there is it's a womb with 2 embryos and one of them is breaking up on the left. I think for me that is just has this, it's super powerful. I'm not sure if anyone else got that, but that's what I saw, and I think it's been beautifully presented. The sharpness, the colour tones, the highlights bring you back around, but for me it was more the emotive quality and that embryonic feeling of being in the womb there. So, well done.
Can I just add something?
Absolutely.
Yeah, look, I really enjoyed this image too, and one thing I really observed, I thought initially that it was a little tight on the bottom of the frame, but it looks like it's actually been dropped down from the top. So, yeah, congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm sure the entrant will be absolutely thrilled. Could we go to the next image, please? So we're currently judging an in-camera capture of landscape. So it's landscape and camera categories, kindly sponsored by Sony. So they're out there in the trade stand today, which would be a great opportunity to pop out and see them, see what they're doing, see what kind of goodies they've got. We'll geek out on photography. We've got one more. Oh no, we haven't. We've got a bronze award at 76. Congratulations. Thank you. And Rebecca, you're keen to talk to the photographer?
I've just had lunch, so it's all very exciting. I'm here. This image gives a real sense of place and environment and feeling. The black and white treatment is bang on, and what I really love in there, so it's super sharp all through those beautiful tree, the shrubs and things like that along there. And then if you look further, these tiny little puddles, like the most minuscule little things in that puddle, like someone's dropped something or there's been a raindrop or something. And I just think it's just so delicate, and then you're drawn into the background, and it's just moody and misty, and it's probably freezing cold, and you sort of feel all of that. I am probably slightly distracted by some of the out of focus, a little bit of foreground in there, a little bit of confusion in focus, not in focus. But for me, it has a real sense of place, and it's beautifully handled. So I'm sitting on.
We didn't know.
I'm challenging.
No, her name was actually written down as Matt, so I didn't realise that she'd challenged. So we're actually getting Paul to come back and to sort the computer out. So you can continue on. It's all good.
I was on 81, so I brought it into silver, just slightly into silver there. And I think the photographer deserves to be rewarded for presenting us with this capture.
Thanks, Rebecca. Yeah, that name of Matt got me confused. Yeah. So who was the lowest? Was it the lowest score? Was it Jackie, or
what was the score?
Can you remember what you scored?
It was. Yeah, it might have been me.
Can you tell us what the overall score was? Are we doing a challenge? Are we?
Yeah, we are. So we did have it at 76.
76. I did score into professional practice. Mainly because of the very bright foreground that's not leading me into that landscape. There's a dark rock on the left-hand side. It just felt like it wasn't nurtured and massaged into where you want me to go. I can feel the potential there, but I wasn't feeling it through the work that the photographer brings to that, which is in the darkening and lightening and showing me where to look. So that's why I was down there.
Thanks, Jackie. And who else would like to add something? Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, I gave it a bronze, I think. 78, yeah. The left-hand side is where it's got the problems. the rock that's already been mentioned, but a crop on the left-hand side so that the dark area across the rock comes out of the corner would definitely bring the whole eye into what's on the right, and also the skyline coming down to that mist, a crop up through there would just make it the silver that I think you're talking about. But yeah, it's a nice, really nice image.
Thank you. Rebecca will pop you back into right reply.
I've got a bit of work to do, obviously. I do hear what you're saying in regards to the crop there on the left, and I think if the photographer had just stepped to the right to still include that little edge there of those shrubs, but not have that dark bit, I do get that. I think, though, the photographer has, chosen to shoot at that level, so they could have potentially be lower, or they could have been really high, and that would have changed the background and all that kind of thing. But I actually think that it's been really well balanced in perspective, and I just feel a real sense of environment. I think the photographer has brought quite a bit to the table there. It's been well handled. A few things there that could have been changed a little bit here and there, but I don't know that it's enough to completely drop them out of silver. So see how we go.
Thanks, Rebecca. Judges, you can rescore now. You did your best. You raised it a point to 77. It's a solid bronze. Congratulations to the photographer. Thank you very much. Yeah, what we might do a virtual blank screen at the moment. Who would you? Is that for Janine? Cool. Hey Tim, I might pop you in place of Janine, please. Janine, if you can pop out and grab some lunch, that'd be fantastic. Thank you, Tim. And oh, Jace is back. Brilliant, cool. For Jackie. Hey Jackie, thanks for your hard work. We'll let you have something to eat. Well done, thank you. Thank you. And these judges are keen as, so I hope I'll get you to logging in.
Am I on?
You're on now. Yes, sorry.
Are you putting me in? No. Yes. Okay.
Yep, we're popping you in.
Am I in, Coach?
Okay. We'll just get you to log on. You can tell the ones who've had lunch, they are standing up, waiting to get to that image. It's hilarious.
Fizzing.
Yeah. Well done, the Australian entrants, being patient. Are you ready to go? Next image. Oh, sorry, thanks. Next image, please. So just for the audience, remember to vote for your favourite judge outside for the Ian Poole Award. The box is out the back if you want to judge who your favourite judge is that's worthy of that award. So for the benefit of the audience online, we currently have judging Jason Blair, Tim Lomax, Kay Davis, Mike Langford and Rebecca Kempton. We've got a silver award at 83. Thank you. We do have a challenge from Jace.
Look, I'm fresh and raring to go. I went silver distinction, and I think it's worth talking about. There's a lot going on, and so it took me a long time to read this image, and I felt on first look like maybe that was clutter, but I think the longer I looked, the more it felt like reward for looking for that long. There's a few particular features. There's the pond or the ice. That is just so lovely. It's the opalescent kind of texture and color in that ice or water I could stare at for a long time. It's like a jewel nestling in there. The shapes created by water in the left-hand part of the image, like birds' feet or antlers or something. I mean, I could look at it from I could rotate this any way and enjoy it. And then the little lines of animals walking along the beachy area, thank you, give you this, just changes the sense of scale completely. But kind of in a confusing way, because they could almost be lines of ants, or they could be lines of cattle. You know, I don't know how big they are, and that made it really fun to look at. So worth a chat, worth spending more time with, because the longer I spent with it, the more I liked it.
Yeah.
I get about 87.
Thank you. I know all the judges are popping up and having a re-look. I'd love to hear from maybe Tim or Kay, who's keen to chat. Thank you.
I gave this an 80 silver, and I am now thinking I was a bit too hard. Thank you for pointing out the animal ants. But yeah, I really agree with everything you said. That blue tone is beautiful in contrast with the greys, and then you flow on to the warmth of the sand on the left. I think it really expresses that water is life and how it's painting the landscape by flowing outwards. Yeah, beautiful image. I was going to say something else, but my mind blanked. But listening.
Thank you. And yeah, thanks, Kay.
Yeah, I saw all those little animals, but I'm really struggling to understand what they are. Whether that matters or not, I don't know. I gave it 81. I think I'm really enjoying the separate components that make up the overall whole. I guess what I'm struggling a little bit with is your eye goes to the blue area, and then you follow the track of the sand and the spikes that come out of the sand, and it just leads your eye down to the bottom left-hand corner, which doesn't have anything to reward yourself with, or to reward us with. So your eye's almost being dragged out of the frame from there. I'm listening, Jace. I know this is the way the photographer presented it to us, but I do wonder whether it could work quite nicely as a portrait image, as a upright, portrait format image.
Thanks, Kay. And Mike, you're keen to...
Yeah, no, she's just said what I was going to
she
say.
did. Lovely. Okay. So I think we're back to you, Jace.
Yeah, I looked at it quite hard with I almost hurt my neck trying to decide which way up I liked it better, and I would potentially consider. I think the problem is if it's a vertical image either way, then those graphic sand patterns are either feet or antlers. They become a too strong a feature, and you're going to focus on them and look for a bird or look for an animal or something. And so by presenting it this way, it leaves us to wonder what they are and to have hints of it, but that doesn't overwhelm the true subject, which is that opal water. In terms of leading to the left, I worried that maybe there was a bit too much space out there, but you follow that down, and there are tiny footprints throughout that sand on the left-hand side as well. So there are little rewards throughout this image. There are little trails of footprints in all sorts of parts of that sand, which is interesting. There's some little wheel tracks in the bottom right, which gives you a clue to the true scale. There's just all these little details, and they're so crisp and so well rendered, and the exposure is perfect. This is pristine, and I think it at least deserves a silver distinction. That's where I'm stuck now. I'd encourage you to join me.
Thank you, Jace. That's brilliant. So who's going to join Jace? Who's going to do their own thing? You've all joined Jace. We've got an 86 silver distinction.
Thanks, team.
Well done. Congratulations to the interns. Right, you're feeling all good and charged, aren't you? You're doing great. Right, can we have the next image, please?
Up and at 'em.
Thank you, judges. We've got a silver distinction with 85. And Kay, are you wanting to comment or challenge?
I'm challenging.
You're challenging. Thank you, Kay. Go for it.
I put this in gold, 92. This is just stunning. The layering, the subtle layering as you travel up the image is just beautiful, and then you're rewarded with this wonderful texture of warm, ochre reds. The footprints, which I'm assuming are little footprints or birds or whatever they are, your eye is drawn up from the bottom of the image up into that warmth. However, if you look at a lot of the prints, they're actually pointing downwards. So there's a little bit of a juxtaposition there, which I find really interesting. Colour palette, beautiful. Tonality throughout, the detail in the little spindly little areas down the bottom, the little filigree, almost filigree-like texture down the bottom. It's just absolutely sublime. And I'm sitting on 92.
Thank you, Kay. I might come down to maybe, let's have a look. I might go Jace, actually. Thank you, Jace.
I'm going to be honest, I found it a little hard to judge this back to back with the previous image, and it took me a second to clear my mind. And so at 83, maybe I was a bit stingy because of the similarities and the differences. But looking at this on its own merits, I'm hearing what you're saying, Kay. It is, I'm into it. I'm on board. I'm coming up a bit. Definitely a silver D. There's a few things that the depth of the black in those footprints is quite stark, which confuses me a bit, or I find a bit difficult. They don't integrate as well as I might want them to. And the things feel a little out of balance with that cross, where the paths cross being slightly out of centre and towards the heavier area of colour, the stronger area of colour, but I'm being pretty picky, so.
Thanks, Rebecca. Yeah.
Just like to congratulate the photographer on a beautiful piece of artwork. I absolutely agree, Kay, with everything you're saying. I'm sitting on 85 in the silver distinction range. The only thing that just really pulls me away is that big blob of that reddy colour, that kind of, there's a shape in there that's, I mean, everyone can see it. There's a line going towards the bird feet, and then you've got that big kind of slightly lighter red sort of blob there to the right, and it's just holding my eye. I just can't get past it. It's everything else is absolutely stunning, and it's a beautiful capture. It's been handled very well. It's got this beautiful, delicate nature to it, especially in the bottom there, and the footprints are sort of a bit more transparent as you go further down, leads you into the water. But you know, when I stand back and look, that big blob there to the right, that's just taking me out, unfortunately.
Thanks, Rebecca. And Mike, we're in the gold range, so we'll all chat.
Just briefly, the depth of the sand is causing the blackness of the feet, I think. Mm-hmm. And so that's my answer to that question.
Thanks, Mike.
I'm at 88 at the moment, and I'm definitely going up to gold. The blob of red on the right that you're talking about, Rebecca, I actually, without that, it would lack a direction, and it's forcing that diagonal that we're getting from the feet. The feet being slightly off-centre is what's making it. If it was more symmetrical, it would be a little bit less interesting. So I'm seeing all those things, all those criticisms as positives, and so I'm going up.
Cool. Thanks, Mike. And Kay, back to you.
Yeah, I think we might be there. The colour at the top, the blob, to me it's very clever, because if you look at the top of I'll call them feet, what do you call them? Footprints. Footprints. The crosswear, the footprints, if you just look to the very right of that, there's another V made out of the the landscape in the red, beautiful red. So that's very, very subtle. The blob that's there is actually directing your eye back into the centre of the image. And you keep travelling around. This is a piece of art. The photographer has seen and captured something absolutely beautiful, and they've brought a sense of mood and emotion to it through the colour, the layering, the composition. Nothing's perfect, but this is as close to it as you can get.
Thank you so much.
Gold, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Kay. Judges, you can rescore, please. And Kay, if you just pop your score, here we go, you've done that. You've made it, Kay, we've got gold. 90. Well done. It was a 90. Fantastic. Great work. And you're all kind of refreshed and everything. I can tell you guys are all ready to rip raw into everything, aren't you? This is amazing. Okay, we'll have the next image, please. Well done to the photographer. We've got a silver at 81. Congratulations. Fantastic. That was accepted. Judges were all happy. Could we have, thanks Jason, if you could talk to the entrant?
I think a couple of things, but I think that maybe a 90-10 crop, just get rid of a bit more of that foreground. It's heavy and unnecessary. And it may be impossible, but a positioning that gets all of those trees standing proudly rather than sort of touching the horizon would make it sing.
Thank you so much, Jace. Much appreciated. We're going to do a bit of a judge swap over, so we're having a virtual blank screen. Rebecca, we'll give you a bit of a break. Thank you very much. Janine, could we pop you in place of Rebecca, please? Thank you so much for that, Rebecca. In place of Tim, I think we've kind of got our pool of judges back, so I'll give you your lanyard back. Thank you. Thank you so much for your work.
Mike, can you bring me that water bottle? I think I left it there before, didn't I?
And are we bringing in?
Yeah.
Oh, cool, thanks.
It's got the stench of me all over
Jackie, how are you feeling? Would you like to... You've had lunch, haven't you, Jackie? Cool, okay. Yeah, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
You have more than one piece.
I'm not smoking.
Hey. Nice dirty bag. Get it, bro. Oh, gross.
Throw some water at them, will you?
Oh, so you're good to go?
Yep.
Wonderful, thank you. So next image, please. Thank you. We've made a bronze award at 75. Congratulations. Thank you. And would anyone like to talk to the entrant about if they could have bumped it up a few points, what to do, but what they enjoyed as well? Oh, Jackie and Mike can both choose. You're both into it. Thank you.
I know. I just think that it would have been improved with a little bit more of maybe a very slight darkening down through the sky to link the foreground to the background, and the trees just they're a little bit translucent, or maybe a little bit darker.
Thank you, Jackie. That's brilliant. We'll go to the next image, please. We've got a professional standard here at 73, so we'll accept that. Reasonably even scoring across the line there. Thanks, Kay, if you'd like to talk to the entrant.
Yep. I actually really enjoyed the image from a distance, but when I got up to it, I wanted to see a little bit more detail on the left and right hand side, which has possibly been a lens baby or something like that has been used to actually photograph it. And I think some of the interest that's in those areas has been lost.
Thanks, Kay. That's a really good critique. Thank you very much. Could we go to the next image, please? Thanks, Ian. We have got a bronze award at 76. We have a challenge. We have a challenge from Mike Langford.
I gave this 83. I actually think that there's a real emotion in this, a visual depth, lots of interesting things. The shafts of light coming through, directing our eye down into this really quite mystical landscape. It's got visual depth, it's got interest. Your eye just keeps looking for all the details in there, and they are there. I think it's worth a little bit more.
Excellent. Thanks, Mike. Jace, you're right about 10 points lower there.
Yeah, I was on 73, and maybe that's stingy. Look, something lovely is happening here. There's no doubt about that. Has the photographer captured that? Yeah, you're arguing yes. I was lost. I found it hard for my eye to settle anywhere. There's sort of little subjects scattered everywhere in the spider webs, but no key subject. It's sort of a mishmash of a lot of nice things happening and not coming together. But I'd like to hear more.
Okay, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I am actually on just below award level on 74. I found the interest in the image, and it's beautiful. At the top half of the image, I felt weighed down by the bottom, where I felt it was quite cluttered and messy, and there wasn't any separation around some of the elements. But the top half is really, really beautiful and ethereal, and there's so much detail. The glistening of the light coming through the different cobwebs is really beautiful. I'm listening, Mike.
Excellent. Did anybody have anything different to add? Yes, Jackie?
So I'm wavering on 78. And I was really impressed by all those little spider webs being backlit, and I think that is the subject. Without that many, that it doesn't become like stars in the sky or something else that we could, get into bed with in a kind of way, So, I'm wavering to going up to silver.
All right, I'm going to wrap it up, Mike?
Yeah, from a very, very young child's point of view, this has got fairies in the top and goblins at the bottom. and I think if you come with that sort of an imagination, you'll go up.
Excellent. Well, we're currently sitting on a 76. I'll get you to rescore, see if we can get it up there.
Goodison.
Sorry, took over from Simone. She hadn't pressed the button. Or as they say, to pull in a Jace.
Yep, got it.
All right, there we go. And we have a silver award, 80. Thank you, judges. Next image, please.
Question is, are you a fairy or a goblin?
Oh, we've got a wide range of scores on this one. We have a silver at 81. And I was waiting for it, Mike. Go for it.
I gave this 92, which is pretty high. And the main reason is I'm actually seeing something I have never seen before, which is the only reason I go to 90s anyway. But the exterior around the outside really looks like snow and ice and all sorts of things on top. And then I go into this deep hole that's like looking underwater. And I'm looking at all these elements and going, how can my eye be becoming involved in all these different ways of seeing and different depths and different contrasts? And it's very, very unique for me. I don't know about the rest of you, but I haven't seen something like this before.
Okay, Janine, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I scored this image 78, so just off silver, and I was toying with silver, but I felt like all the good stuff was going on in the dark in the left-hand side of the image, and I was quite intrigued with that, but I was a bit overpowered by the bright magentas on the right. But having said all that, I did think it sort of looked a bit like looking into a jet engine, just the fins of the turbo. So, yeah, another thing to bring to it, and I am listening.
Thanks for that, Janine. Kay?
Yeah, interesting enough, I actually enjoy the right-hand side of the image, the beautiful colours. They're like brush strokes on a canvas of oil paints, really, really beautiful. The left side is quite heavy in comparison, so I'm struggling. I do struggle to sort of bring my eye back to looking for so much detail that is in there. And the highlight areas at the top are taking my eye out of the frame. I'm going to listen to you, Mike, because this is a yin and yang image. You've got the smooth, beautiful texture, beautiful smoothness, and then you've got the really contrasty, gritty elements. Whether I can come to gold, I'm not sure.
Thanks for that, Kay. Jackie, did you want to say something?
So it's scored at 83 initially. I'm thinking it may be a distinction, but maybe not sure gold. I would have loved to have, we'd all love to do our own thing when looking down on the landscape, to turn it 90 degrees and turn it into an eye or something like that. Because, I do find that top left, where the little shape, the fan shape, is touching the edge of the frame, it's pulling my eye instead of making an eye. So there's so much potential that I just think maybe it was just a little bit wider would have got me there.
Excellent. Jace, do you have anything to add?
I was 78. I don't think I can go to gold. It is unique, but unique is not quite enough. It needs to be spectacular to be in the gold range, and not just by kind of throwing everything in. And I think a little curation, including a little more context or focusing in on something, I just can't. I can't find a place to settle it again. I can't resolve it well enough. There's good stuff in there, but it's not gold for me.
Thank you, Jace. Well, Mike,
Yeah.
wrap this up.
Look, it's like looking at a Jackson Pollock painting. There's lots of paint, and it's all been thrown, and some of it is fallen really artistically, and some of it you really wonder about. But if you take the design of this, the top left-hand corner with that blue little curve coming in, the right-hand side with the other line coming in with the pinks, it's like we've got this collision of paint. The warm colours are definitely coming forward and are very three-dimensional. And then the blues are three-dimensional in the opposite way, in that they take your eye into the frame and give you that visual depth. This is not a normal photograph at all, and I totally get why you're not getting it. Okay,
Excellent.
but yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Well, we're sitting on an 81. Mike's looking for gold. Let's re-score and see where we land. And we've got a silver distinction at 86. Congratulations to the photographer. We ready to move on? Excellent. Next image, please. Just while we're waiting for our judges to check out this image and get back to us with some scores, I just wanted to let everybody in the audience know that the Wet Patch on-site bar will be open today from 3 p.m, and the official 2022 Iris Awards wrap party, sponsored by Sony, is from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. here at the bar. Make sure you take your conference lanyard to the Sony stand and get yourself a drink voucher for tonight, and we'll be announcing the New Zealand and Australian category finalists around 7:45 p.m. live at the party.
Gee.
Exciting.
That's exciting.
Thanks, judges. We have a bronze award at 75. Can I have a comment, please, Jackie?
I'd like to talk to the photographer. Perhaps the yellow colour is just could have been desaturated a little bit so that we can really get into that wave. But it's a lovely break in that wave, and it's that's the crux of it. But just the battle getting through the sand to it.
Wonderful. Thanks very much. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 82, Silver Award. Are we all happy with that? Excellent. Can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Anybody?
Oh, yeah.
Mike, please.
Yeah, look, it's very floaty, very ethereal. It's just, the printing's perfect, the exposure's perfect.
Made it feel like a print, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has a printing quality to it.
Beautiful. Wonderful. Just before we move on, I'm just going to do a quick judge change.
Yeah, I think it should be me.
All right, Mike, you're already on that. We're going to swap you out anyway, so off you trot. Paul, would you like to step in for Mike, please? And Janine, do you want to take a break as well? And Mika, can we get you to come back?
Back on the panel.
Are you ready? Can we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a score of 78, Bronze Award. Oh, and we've got a challenge from Jackie. That hand went up fast.
Well, so 84. This is the right technique with a lovely subject. The photographer bringing an energy with their mark making through their camera. There's the structures that are in there, the vertical lines, have a lovely space and rhythm to them. Perhaps it could have been strengthened with a little bit of darkening through some areas to emphasise that, and then I would have been in the silver distinction area. I think there's a lot for the eye to enjoy, and I think it's a piece of artwork with this intentional camera movement. 84.
Thanks, Jackie. Mika.
I think I just wasn't brave enough on 79. I'm seeing trees and wind and birds taking off and vibrance and that energy that you're speaking of, and I just needed a little longer with it, I guess. I really like the darkness as well as the light for an in-camera capture. I think this is really, really well done.
Excellent. Anything different to add? Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, I'm with Mika. I'm 78. I'm coming up. I think there's an unusual amount of visual depth and layering introduced here through the technique. I see fire, I see feathers, I see this beautiful sort of segmentation and poise across various parts of the image, and this underlying beautiful diagonal flow running in the background all the way through. I'm coming up.
Excellent. Anything different from anyone else? All right, Jackie.
Yeah, and the longer it's staying here, I'm feeling like going up too. So if you feel like going to distinction straight up, that's great, because the potential, it's all there. I think it's coming through strongly. So yeah, let's go silver distinction.
Excellent. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 84, solid silver award. Can we have the next print, please? The image, please.
we've got a score of 71, which is a professional standard. And yeah, Mika would like to talk to the entrant. Thank you.
I can see why you took this photograph. The sunset light is really beautiful, and the vibrance of that cloud is really vivid. In a photograph like this, just a little bit more to keep our attention in the image so that we don't get it all in one look, I think would help.
Thanks, Mika. It's great critique there. Could we have the next image, please? Just a reminder to the audience, we've got the trade show out the back there, which has got lots of goodies and things to look at, and also just a reminder to, if they'd like to fill out the form for the Ian Poole Award for your favourite judge. Right, we have a 71, which is a professional standard. Thank you very much. And I would get Mika to comment there. No, you can't, I'm sorry. Yeah, anything that's not awarded cannot. Not in professional. It's not in a. It's not in an award area. That's a new, well, not new. It's been an adjusted rule that you can't challenge if it's in a previous. If it's not an award range, you can't challenge it into an award category. Yeah, only if it's in an award category can you challenge it to the next award.
If you were 10 points above.
Okay, yes, I'd like to make a comment.
Sure, please make a comment. That'd be fantastic, Mika.
The centre part of this image is where all of the wonderful light and interest is happening. Your eye moves really beautifully through that area. I just felt like there was a little bit too much at the top and bottom that was not enhancing that in any way, and without those without areas that were quite so big, I think we would have had more space to enjoy that central area.
Thank you so much, Mika.
Oh, I scored this 78, bronze.
Yeah, well done, well done. I'm sure the entrant would be very appreciative. Next image, please. One more, here we go. We've got a solid silver at 83. Well done. And we have a challenge from Mika.
I scored this a 94, a solid gold. I do not know what I'm looking at here. It is a landscape. It's been vetted as such. I cannot tell how it's been created. It is visually exciting, it is graphic, the texture and detail is superb, the control of the highlights is amazing, the control of the darks. It's almost like a weaving or an embroidery in that texture. The composition of it, the distance of each line from the edge, the balance. I could go on and on and on. I just think this is exquisite. The more I look at it, the more I appreciate the composition. It's all there. I strongly encourage you to look at it. I'd like to hear why you're not on gold.
Jackie.
Might be I'm not on gold, I'm on 73. And I believe, you know, as with an in-camera technique, it has to be multiple exposure, and the choices the photographer makes are the angles that they choose, and the crop that they make, and finally the colour tone and rendition that's delivered to me. And the khaki sort of green, emotive-wise, is not. I'm not. My soul is not impressed by that. But the graphics that have been that I'm seeing, I'm enjoying, and I'm listening further to the panel to see how far I'll move up from my low 73.
Thank you. Jace, you're keen to chat?
I was on 81, and I will move that score. How far, I'm not sure yet, but the green makes perfect sense. It's flax weaving. Just gives it some context. I mean, I'm not saying it is that, but it's constructed extremely well, tonally delightful. I'm listening still.
Thanks so much, Jace. Kay, you were quite keen to chat.
Yeah, I'm on 86, so I'm actually up there with you, Mika. In the in-camera category, it's so easy to, I guess, present an image that is of reality. What we've got here is a photographer using their imagination and creativity to present to us something entirely abstract. It's patchwork, it's the tonal range going through each of the different sections is just been beautifully handled. What else have I got? And it's entirely the photographer's choice in terms of what they've brought to us, which is incredibly hard in an in-camera, in terms of bringing that mood and emotion to an image. I think I'm coming up to gold with you, Mika. I think this has been incredibly well handled and thought and presented.
Thank you so much. And Paul would like to have a word too.
Yeah, undoubtedly beautifully defined abstraction and design, and it brings so much of the photographer into this for all the reasons you've spoken of. I feel like it's maybe a little bit too understated and a little bit muted and repressed with its tonality and colour choice, and almost like a sadness about it. And I'm also, my eye keeps getting pulled out to the left when I want to flow for the image across, but I keep getting jerked back by that slightly lighter area. But wonderful linen-like quality through the filaments that are running and overlaid through it as well, which is just stunning. I'm on 83 and I'm considering coming up.
Thanks, Paul. And back to you, Mika.
So I think what I'm hearing is all of those references to man-made elements. So the creation of cloth, the architectural elements, the design. This is a design created by a person of a landscape. The green is the one reference to the landscape, so I think the green is absolutely necessary. We've got sort of elements of sky and grass. We've got the quality of the texture is quite divine. We've got lines that intersect. We've got a few lines that don't intersect. I'm not sure how that's achieved. This is layers and levels and just so rich and subtle at the same time. I firmly believe this is a gold. Please come up.
Thank you, Mika. So judges will get you to rescore. We've made a gold at 90. Well done. There's a few fist pumps and bits and pieces going on. So very huge congratulations to the entrant there. It's fantastic. We're going to have a virtual blank screen at the moment. Kay, you've done a fabulous job. We'll give you a bit of a break. Thank you very much. Rebecca Kempton, could I bring you in, please?
I also have lollies.
Actually, sorry, Rebecca, I'm going to keep you out for a little bit because we haven't heard from Janine for a while, and I'd like to maybe mix it up a little bit. Thank you. So, there we go. And Paul, thank you for your hard work as well. I'm going to replace you. Okay, with Janine. with Rachel. Sorry, Rachel will pop you in there in place of Webb.
Can I go pee?
Pardon me?
Can I go pee?
Yes, you can. You can. Okay. So
Right here?
While you're going out, we're going to maybe bring Rebecca in. Could I get you just to log in for in place of Paul for a little bit? Thanks, Rebecca.
I'll just go on this mat. The girls are all here.
Oh my gosh, we've got a full evening. So you ready to roll? Yeah. Okay. Next print. Next image, please. Thank you. We have a really good solid bronze here at 77. Congratulations. Fantastic. And we'll accept that. I will then go to... Oh, so no, I won't. I'd love to get a comment, please, from one of the... Thank you very much.
With an in-camera multiple exposure, you've got to be careful that the light areas don't come so far through those dark areas. And that's just a matter of exposure control. And but this could have been burnt in, and I think it would have been much stronger and gone higher.
Thanks very much, Jackie. Much appreciated for that. Can we go to the next image, please? Mike, could I please get you to step in, and I might get you just to log on here, just get you to log on there, and I'll get you to judge that as well, so we'll give you the time to have a look at that image. Pardon me? Yeah, I'll get you to log in and out, please. Thank you. And just one more score to come in. Here we go. We've got an 85, which is a silver distinction. However, there is a very calm hand being raised by Rachel Smith.
I went straight to silver distinction, and then I looked, and it just got better and better and better. And I've scored this 92. I've put it into gold. I find the bright point, that little tussock, it held me there long enough for my eye to explore to the left and find this gorgeous and quite fierce face. It's the point of the chin, and there's strong brow line, eyes. It's a beautifully shot and beautifully controlled landscape, and then it just gives you this amazing mythical creature that is coming out of the deep, and it's so rewarding, and I'd love to see it get a gold.
Thank you. I'd like to come back to maybe Janine, please, as to your score and your thoughts.
I scored this image 80, and I was toying with going a little higher. I was really enjoying the way that you can see the frost is the way it's developed in the bush at the background there. You can see it's definitely sort of a progression, and that's in the reflection as well. I didn't see the face again, but I am listening. Yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to talk. Thank you, Mike. Thanks.
I gave this 83. I am prepared to come up, in fact quite a bit, but not to gold. Silver distinction. But I do find it out of balance. I find a square crop to the left would make the whole image more graphical. The right-hand side, the lightness of that right-hand bush, or series of bushes, is taking my eye away from the middle. But the strength of the left-hand side is just absolutely brilliant. So I'm very happy. Yeah.
Thank you. Because we are talking gold, if anyone else would like to comment, yeah, I might have Jackie. Thank you.
Right, yeah, I scored 83 as well, and I'm listening to the whole team on this one. And is it enduring? Is it something we haven't seen before? Is it techniques that are really hard to do? And that's where that gold sort of lies. Where this is, I think it is a high silver distinction, but going into gold, I think it takes a little bit more imagination.
Thank you, Jackie. Rebecca, did you have anything else to add?
Oh, look, congratulations to the photographer, and it must have been incredible to be there. I feel like I'm there, and for the photographer to experience this peaceful environment that is so stunning and mythical, as Rachel said. I mean, what an absolute privilege to have this in your memory and now in print. I think I'm just going to address the, on print, on the screen, could be in print one day, the little sort of lighter area on the right, like Mike, I think that you said about cropping that off, and I actually think that's a real treat to kind of, your eye does go over to there, and it just shows more delicate, you know, in such a kind of harsh environment with lots of bush, and it's really, you know, quite gritty. You've just got this tiny little delicate branchy kind of area, and it just sort of brings back to the delicate nature of the entire image. Also the kind of peak that's coming out to the little white flaxy bit on the water, it's kind of like there's a sort of a line that's coming through the middle, and it's got all these lovely flaxes that are reflecting. It's almost like it's shooting this the little white fluffy bit. It's sort of quite playful there, which I think is absolutely gorgeous. I'm on 85, which was probably quite stingy, and look, it is a scene that we see, but I'm just going to go to my gold thing here. Originality of thought concept. Okay, yeah, look, we've seen a lot of reflections in our time, but I think that this has been cropped and handled well. So if we look at sort of outstanding mastery across all of the areas of technique, craft, production and print quality, I mean, it's absolutely bang on there. It's very, very restful, and you should be very proud of taking this image, so well done.
Thank you, Rebecca. Back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, guys. I'm hearing lots of good stuff here. With regards to the exceptional technique or originality, yes, we have seen reflections and shapes and reflections and stuff like that before. However, I think that the originality is coming from the fact that they haven't focused purely on the obvious part of the being the face in the reflection, and they have left it in the more landscape panoramic type crop, so that we get the feeling of where this creature may be emerging from, or the feeling of more than just a floating head. There's elements of chest or body or shoulders coming through in that, and I'm finding that the originality is in that part of the capture, and yeah, I'm still pushing for gold. See how we go.
Thanks, Rachel. So judges, could we get you to rescore, please? Rachel, you'll be the same. You did really well, but we've got a major, really good silver distinction at 88. Congratulations. Fantastic news for the photographer. I'm just going to have kind of like another little virtual, slightly blank screen. Mike, thank you very much for stepping in there. And Mika, I might pop you back in if you could log back on, thank you. And Rebecca, thank you. I might pop you out there. Thanks for your stepping in. And Jason will pop you back. Thanks very much. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Belinda, the two Belindas actually, while I go and have some nosh. Here we go. I'm sorry. Yeah, next image, please.
Just me and the girls, eh?
And we have a bronze award at 77. Would somebody like to make a constructive comment for the photographer? Jace?
A bit less cloud, a bit more foreground would be nice.
Yeah.
But I really like what's going on in the middle in the hills.
Excellent, thank you. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 73. Can I get a comment from Mika?
I would just suggest to the photographer to revisit this area in different lighting conditions. A little bit of, it seems quite cool, perhaps a little bit of warmth and exploring the environment a little bit more and looking for perhaps a composition that compels our eye throughout the image might help.
Thanks, Mika. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a Silver with Distinction Award at 85. Well done. Can I have a comment from Janine, please?
Sure. Look, I really enjoyed this image. The tree branch-like quality of the waterways there was just incredible. This is an in-camera capture, and just incredible jewel-like qualities of the background, if you'd like to call it, and those beautiful, vivid colours. Amazing image. Well done to the photographer.
Excellent. Thanks, Janine. Next image, please. Excellent. We have a bronze award at 76. Pretty even scoring. Can I get a comment, please, from Jackie? Yep.
Yeah, I think the crescendo is happening right in the middle with that one wave, and it's all these little tendrils coming off it. I think the colour, perhaps for my eye, is distracting me. I think would be a stronger composition, maybe in monochrome.
Wonderful.
Just give it a go.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? Just while you guys are looking at that image, just a notice for judges and panel chairs to be meeting at 4 o'clock PM by the TV in the gallery for photo time. Just what all photographers love. Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 78, bronze award. Are we all happy? Oh, Jackie, we would like to challenge?
Well, yes, because it's very close to 82, and we might just need to discuss it a little bit further, so I'll challenge that. Initially, really, for the travelling shadows of the birds through the sky, you know, I haven't really seen that before, that effect. I think it's a in-camera movement perhaps, and something it's merged with a great effect. It's like the Southern Cross or something like that happening up there. There is a tiny little white dot that's in the background that is quite disturbing, but perhaps that's a lighthouse or something like that. Gives a reference to where we are, and in this category you're allowed to take that out. So you can dull it down though. It might have got higher. So what do you reckon? Is it a silver?
Excellent. Rachel, you were at the other end of the spectrum at 73.
Yeah, I scored at 73, and it was just because of that white dot. I did think it was probably a lighthouse or some sort of a beacon or something like that. I just found that it was so hot and so distracting, and that's what actually kept me out of the bronze range. So I love the movement and the colour palette and everything like that, and just that one little spot. So talk me around it.
Yes, thanks, Janine.
Look, I awarded this image 77, and I thought those travelling shadows of the birds were absolutely divine. They were beautiful, but I felt like this image just needed to be really simplified to bring those out. So the colour and some of the other elements we could perhaps live without.
And Mika?
I ended up questioning whether that white spot, which looks a bit green to me, was actually a hot pixel, because there's no other movement within this photograph. I mean, nothing that's stationary within this photograph except for that one dot. And I don't quite understand how it's there. I do find it very distracting, because I think that the birds, the movement, you know, the flow and the beautiful trails are really quite enjoyable. I also felt that the dark area in the foreground was perhaps a little bit dominant, and prevented me from really enjoying the sky. I scored this 70 for high professional practice, but I'd like to hear that addressed.
Yeah, I was on 82 as well. We're all agreeing on what's really good and the one distracting element. I'm just going to explain that. So this is like a breakwater or a rocky outcrop. That is, you can see the pole. It's a green harbour light. It's a guidance for the ships crossing the bar into the harbour or whatever. And it's blinking. So it's been on at the start of the exposure. It's flicked off, and then the in-camera motion. So it's a very deliberate. Otherwise, it would leave a bright streak. So it's very carefully done.
Cool. Take it away, Jackie.
Wow, that's why we've got a panel, bringing that kind of instruction here. So there you go, it's a sense of place now. The dark area is part of the emotional impact, and if you'd just been taking points off because of that dot before, if that was away, you've been in distinction, so don't take off too much because of one dot. So bring it into silver.
Excellent. Well, we're sitting on 78. Let's rescore, see what happens. And we have a silver award, 80. I might just do a little judge change. Jackie, would you like to take a break, please? And Paul, we'll have you back on, please. Next image, please. And we have a silver award at 80. Are you happy with that? Yes, wonderful. Mika, would you like to... Sorry?
I was going to make a comment. The flow of the fog is really what the photographer has allowed us to enjoy here, directing our eye in a really musical way throughout the image back into the distance. I just felt that that strip of brightness at the top really distracted from that flow, and perhaps a crop so that it cut off that bright bit would have allowed us to really thoroughly enjoy the fog. And the detail is beautiful.
Okay. Paul, did you want to add anything?
It's just rare I see a digital file held so incredibly delicately. Every pixel of that frame front to back is just exquisite. And I personally really love that the lateral flow and this interesting conversation where it's all nature and yet there's this beautiful flowing conversation about man's present just in this little strip sort of across all the way the middle of the frame. Quite sophisticated in that regard.
Thank you. Next image, please. And we have a silver award at 80. Mika, did you want to say something?
The feeling of being whizzed around is really strong in this photograph. I felt like maybe we were in space and we're in a gravitron, and it just brought to mind all those kind of analogies. The highlights are a little blown, but actually in this photograph, given that it's an abstract, I wasn't too concerned by that. There's only minor things keeping me out of a higher scoring range, and I'm not sure whether they could be addressed in camera, but there's a triangle, a bright triangle at the left that's drawing my eye that's not there on the right, and that kind of broke the symmetry for me. But I think this is a really fabulous, interesting and different photograph.
Thanks for that, Micah. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a bronze award at 75. Would somebody like to speak to the image? Janine, thank you.
Well done to the photographer on an award for this image, and they've done very well with their exposure of the water and containing the image between the 2 points on the left and right side of the image. Perhaps the bright spot in the sky needs to be addressed a bit more, but yeah, well done.
Fantastic, thank you for that. Next image, please. And we have another bronze award at 76. And would somebody like to offer something constructive?
Just that foreground was not necessary, and it detracted significantly from some beautiful stuff going on in the middle, which is a pity. I really like what you saw happening in the little huts in the mist. That's nice.
Thanks, Jace. We'll have the next image, please. And we have a solid bronze award at 79. Would you like to say something for the photographer,
It's a
Rachel?
review, isn't it? 79?
I challenge. Would you like to challenge?
No, review. 79 is
Oh,
review.
sorry, I'm half asleep. Sorry, we're almost there, guys. A review, please. Either that or Janine can challenge.
Look, I'll take this on.
Awesome.
I'd like the judges to just consider sneaking this into a silver. After all, we are on 79. I mean, this is obviously an epic landscape, and those God rays are fantastic. I toyed with the idea I didn't need a crop from the top, but I think those rays need somewhere solid to come from. If it was too narrow, that band up there, I don't think it would work. And it's mirrored by the solid line in the bottom of the frame too. There are a few wee highlight issues, but that comes, it'd be difficult to control with that phenomenal light. So I really enjoyed the image. I scored it 83, and I'd urge the judges to reconsider and come up to a silver.
Okay, Jace?
I gave it 77. Things, I mean, you've addressed the key thing I was going to say, which is that it's always so tough with a dramatic sky to decide how much to remove of it, and I feel like almost a third of the image is that dark, heavy cloud. I think we could have kept some of it to balance the ground, the valley floor, without quite so much. There's a dust spot or two which just leapt out at me and caught my eye in the goods and amongst the rays there in the centre of the image. And some of the nicest stuff is happening on the valley floor and amongst the dark areas, the little pools of light. And I feel like they're so close to the bottom edge that a little tiny bit more down there and a little bit less at the top would have helped. That said, that's pretty niggly, so maybe I should have snuck it up a couple of points into the silver range.
Okay, thanks, Paul.
I'm a little bit with Jason here. I feel like the visual balance is a little bit askew. I just want to literally just pull this panoramic down sort of a third. I feel like there's a little bit of tension just having such a strip of a base to really ground it. I want a little bit more presence to hold us there. The linear flow across the centre is absolutely exquisite, and the way the light's dancing through it and the layering is really quite superb, which is what brought me in. But I want to be lifted up the frame because it's with its majesty, and yet I'm sort of repressed and pushed back down, and I think emotively that doesn't quite work with the content.
Awesome. Anybody have anything different to add? Janine, take it away.
Thanks, guys, for reconsidering. My feeling is that perhaps those dark areas do draw your eye into the centre of the image. I may be looking at it a little differently. The dust spots might be my new supersonic glasses, but I can't see them. Yeah. But yeah, look, just one more point, and we'll be doing a review anyway. So awesome, reconsider. Thank you.
Excellent. All right, we're currently sitting at a 79. Let's rescore. And we have a silver award at 81. Good job. Okay, I'm just going to do change out. Mika, if you'd like to take a break, please, and also Paul. And I would like to bring Mike back and Kay, please.
So we're logged in there?
Ready to go?
You ready to roll?
Ready.
Oh, ready to roll. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much to Sony for sponsoring the landscape and camera category. have a bronze award at 76. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. I would love to hear from Jason. You really enjoyed that image, didn't you?
Yeah, I just loved the whimsy. I think that was really nice. The construction's nice. There's a few technical things. The handling of the sky and that cloud makes it a little bit surreal, and maybe that was on purpose, but I don't know if it quite worked. And I don't want to be the dust spot police, but there's a dust spot in the sky. So watch those things. Keep working on this kind of work because it's cool.
Thank you very much, Jace. That's fantastic. Just hold on a second, if you could, judges. Rebecca, could we pop you in for Rachel, please? Thank you, Rachel. It's fantastic. Log on. We might as well put the next image anyway while Rebecca's logging on. Thank you. We have a score of, quite consistently as well, 82, Silver Award. Congratulations. Would one of the judges like to talk to the entrant? Thank you, Kay.
I really enjoyed the almost like a weather map that we're seeing, this whole turbulence and everything like that, and then the fragments that when you go in close you see all the fragments that essentially a storm or tornado or something would actually create havoc. Maybe just a little bit more control of the highlights down the bottom, just to keep your eyes sort of circled in the frame.
Brilliant. Thanks, Kay. Could we please have the next image? Mike Langford's keeping me on my toes. So just a reminder to all the audience who are viewing, the trade stand's out there, so you go and see Kevin or Mike or Alice are out there, the Sony guys and girls. So you can pop out and say hello and see what they're doing. We've got a silver award at 83. However, we have got Jason's challenging this. What was your score, Jason?
I gave it 87. I think it definitely deserves a distinction. It's just really good. Seeing something like this in the landscape, seeing the pillowy softness of the snow-laden slopes in the background, the blueness speaking to the cold mountain environment, the sunlit area kind of highlighting this dramatic ridge, which I absolutely want to climb. The crisp detail what it is rendered with. There's some questionable choices around colour, which I need to think about before I decide if they're valid, and I'd like to hear more about. But I just think it's someone's put themselves in exactly the right place to produce a strong mountain landscape that I really like.
Thank you, Jace. Mike, what was your score and how do you feel about this image?
I feel really good about my score. I gave it 77. I actually have some major problems with the colour. because I think that the pink snow on the foreground shouldn't really be pink snow, and that the really blue snow in the background shouldn't really be that blue, because it's just not real and doesn't feel real, and it's blocking up a little bit as a blue. But added to that, highlight top left on the edge of frame is a real distraction. The highlights on the left of frame are a real distraction. I just don't see this as being anything more than a bronze, unfortunately.
Thanks, Mike. Rebecca, how do you feel about it?
I'm a little bit different to my neighbour that's sitting here. I scored this an 84, but I'm actually going to come up. And look, this is what I see. I see striking, moody, brave, cold, freezing, but I also see muscles of the mountainscape, muscles of the land that are, muscles are soft and squishy, and they have lines and things that all come in to join everything together. And then you've got this kind of complete opposite kind of harsh bone structure in the front that has got all this beautiful detail in it. These sort of highlights coming in from the edges. Look, yep, there's no detail in them, and okay, sure, some people might want to see that, but why do we need to see that? I feel they're kind of like the veins that are bringing, the life into the muscles and bringing that all through into that boned area, and it's beautifully backlit on that rock to kind of give that jaggedy, cool edge. When this first came up, I didn't even go up to it. I just stood straight back and just enjoyed it from back here, and I think it should be rewarded. The colour choice, it's bold. Yes, you could say it's a bit off, but this photographer's made that choice for a particular reason. They know what they're doing. This is a landscape in camera category for professional photographers. This is someone that's made that deliberate choice to make you feel like that, and I'll be coming up to Sil with distinction.
Thank you, Rebecca. And I think it might be back to you, Jace.
Thanks, Bex. That was fantastic. And there's going to be... I hear what you're saying on the highlights. They're a little distracting. I think there's enough strength in the composition that it keeps you coming back in. It circles you back through another landscape feature. You follow the ridges, you follow the valleys. It would be gold if it wasn't for those highlights. I've thought more about the colour now, having sat here for a bit longer, and I'm going to say two things. One, they're emotional colours. This is how it feels to be in the mountains. It feels dark and cold and foreboding, and then surreal when you're up high, maybe oxygen deprived. I don't know. No, it feels. These are colours that convey meaning, not reality, not literal reality. And also, if you want literal reality, if you've been in the mountains in Blue Hour, you absolutely get these kind of colours, these hyper-saturated colours. The white snow reflects all kinds of wacky colours out of that deep changing sky after sunset, and so I can believe it as a literal rendition as well. So let's go.
Mountain Man Jace is talking it. You did it. You got it to a silver with distinction. We've got an 85. Congratulations.
Thanks, team.
Well done. Congratulations. Fantastic. Could we have the next image, please?
It's hard to drop these mics. Drop one mic.
One more to go. Here we go. Oh, we've got a silver award. Silver at 80. Thank you. Reasonably consistent there, so congratulations. Could I have a comment from anyone who'd like to talk to the photographer about the entry? Thank you. Mike?
Yeah, I gave this 81, which is pretty much what I got. But reacting to the rainbow that's coming through that rainstorm that's just starting to appear is really well captured. Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you. Do you think there's anything that maybe could have lifted it to the next level, or you can't really? Yeah. Okay. Cool.
That's what they've got.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, Rebecca, do you think?
I think it's just absolutely magical. I just think it's quite heavy on that right bottom corner there. There's not a lot of information in there. I'm not kind of sure what you could do with it, but yeah, I just felt that it was a little bit heavy on that side.
Thank you. No, that's fantastic. Right, we'll have the next image, please. Where are you going with your scores, judges? Here we go. We've got an 83, which is a solid silver. However, we've got a challenge from Bex.
Congratulations to the photographer on producing a beautiful piece of artwork.
Your score?
Oh, sorry, my score. I was set on 88, and I'm wondering whether I was a little bit mean, to be honest. When I first saw this image, my first thought was self-harm. And I know, I'm not sure if anyone else saw that. Maybe they didn't. To me, it's about cutting the landscape, it's cutting the body. The colour palette is very skin-toned, and I think when I saw those cuts, it was like someone was scratching or cutting them, like potentially themselves or someone. And you know, those deeper tones, it's almost like that's kind of the blood coming out, and maybe I just had too much sugar. But it was just really striking when I first saw it. And then you get in deeper and you've got these tiny little spots. You know, they could be kind of other tiny little specks in someone's arm or leg or body. You know, no one's perfect. Everyone has imperfections, freckles, things like that. And to me, it just brings on a little bit of a human quality there. And to me, I just saw it and went self-harm. That's what it looked like to me. And I think for that quality and that piece of art and that emotive response, that it deserves to go high. So let's go.
Thanks, Bex. Jace, you're a little bit different in opinion there.
Yeah, I thought you'd probably be coming to me. I gave it 78, and I think that's because I didn't know what to give it. It just didn't grab me. That's a pretty interesting narrative as well, which I hadn't seen. So maybe that gives me different context and different meaning, because it felt like a very abstract image, which had little hints of reality to it, and it made me think of flaking paint or something more. But I can see skin tones there potentially, and it is very interesting. I'll give it that. I'd like to hear what everyone else thought.
Thank you. Well, just one more question. What were you hoping for, Rebecca? Because you're stuck on that
I'm stuck on 88, so I'm kind of relying. I think a good solid silver distinction, or even a touch higher. Yeah, but that's what I'd be aiming for.
Thank you, Bex. Thanks, Janine.
Look, I was in support of Rebecca on this one. I scored this image 85. I have no idea what I'm looking at here, but I don't care. I love it. I guess I saw almost, I didn't see Rebecca's narrative, but I saw sort of like this sort of crustacean-like quality, you know, crab claws and shells, and the colour really led me into that line of thinking too. I love the sort of painterly quality of it too, and I'd really like to reward the photographer with a silver distinction too.
Thank you very much. I think we can. Kay, were you wanting to talk to me? Or?
Yeah, I'm not. I guess my interpretation wasn't quite like Beg's. I saw it more as a peeling off of man's imprint on the land and revealing that softness and that smoothness underneath the skin as it's being peeled away. Whether I can come to silver distinction, I'm not really sure. I'm enjoying it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Back to you, Bex.
Okay, I think that when a piece of work sort of gives this response to people where they might be slightly confused or they've got their own interpretation. I mean, there's 5 judges on the panel here. We've only heard from a couple of them, but we've all got different interpretations of this piece, and I think that's really, really cool. I think that's exceptional when a piece of art does that, is that you can take what you want from it and it's still powerful. If I look at silver with distinction, I'm just going to go to my little card here. Excellent visual communication, interpretation, and subject and or emotion, and I think absolutely it's achieved that in spades, for very different reasons for all different people on the panel. So yeah, look, I can't move at 88, but you guys can.
Thank you, Bex. So judges, I'll get you to rescore, please. We've got a silver distinction at 86. Congratulations. Fantastic effort there. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. Just a quick brief announcement to the judges and panel chairs. At 4 o'clock, if we could be outside near the TV in the gallery, please, for a big group photo. Thank you. Sure. Yep. Mike, thank you very much for your hard work. If I could maybe bring in, I might bring in your darling wife, actually. Yeah, I might bring Jackie in. Thanks, Jackie. And maybe it might not be too soon. Let's have a look. I might. Yeah, we're just checking a few bits and bobs. Okay, Rachel. Thank you. Although, no, sorry. I wouldn't mind having an Australian on the team. Mika. Sorry, Rachel. Wrong country. Could I pop you in place of Jason? You've been on for a while, so we'll give Jason a bit of break. Thank you.
It's the girls' panel. Girl power. It's girls, all girls.
Australians and
girls, all girls.
Yeah, Australians and Kiwis.
All female.
At this time, no, we've got some good general. We've got a whole different mix of genre and thought patterns, and yes, I might just keep that for a bit. Yeah. How are you feeling, Jace? Are you feeling still fresh, or you want a break?
I'm pretty tired.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, yeah. Bex we'll keep it what you had. So Jackie's ready to roll. So is everyone logged in? Cool. Mika's in. Cool. Sorry. Okay, let's go. Next image, please. Right, we have a 74, which is a professional standard. So that's quite good, and the scoring's relatively similar. Could I have a word from Janine? You enjoyed that image as well, though, so could I maybe hear from you as what you thought?
Yes, well done to the photographer to find this image with the wires and the bird. To improve, I'd just pay a little bit more attention to what's going on the edges of the frame.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Janine. That's great. So could we have the next image, please? We have a score of 74, which is a really good professional practice there. Would one of the photographers like to add what they enjoyed and if anything they can think to pop it into the award range? Thanks, Jackie.
The composition, there's some lovely line and separation of that the ridge line, but I think my eye keeps going to the dark area on the left. So perhaps if and the tones have been pulled down in there to make those greens really dark, and it's just gone too far.
Thanks, Jackie. That's great. Could we please have the next image? We get the scores in, please, judges. One more to go in. Here we go. We've got a really good solid silver here at 83. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. And if I could get a comment from, thanks, Mika.
The textural, the delicacy and textural feeling of this photograph I found really strong. That vertical line alongside the solid chunks of colour on the left, the delicate way that that's been handled I think is really beautiful. I was just really distracted by the lines that converge up on the top left, and I understand that this is a single capture and that there's not much you can do about that, but my eye kept getting drawn to those lines, and that's not where I wanted to be looking.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mika. That's great. Could I please have the next image? Currently judging the landscape and camera categories, proudly sponsored by Sony. We have a score of 71, and it's very quite consistent judging across the whole panel. So that's a good professional practice there. Could I maybe have some comments from a judge that would like to give a bit of critique, and thank you.
I think the timing's not quite right. I think purely because this is a difficult situation to get the exposures between the really highlights and the shadows to balance a little bit more. So maybe explore something like this on a slightly different time frame, where you've got less strength in the beams of light, or a solid beam of light, whether maybe it's a little bit more fragmented.
Thanks very much, Kay. Great advice there. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a score, a really solid silver here at 84. Congratulations. But we have a challenge from Kay.
Yeah, I put this on 92. This is just beautiful. It is reminiscent of an Ansel Adams image. What we've got is that it's been handled so beautifully and just composed. What they've put in the frame here has just been so well thought out. The single man-made element is taking up its own space, where nature is taking up every other little area of the image. The foreground towards the left is just so much detail and so much delicateness. The tonal range has just been handled beautifully. From a foreground, you've got the solid tree trunks that are standing there nice and strong, supporting this little branch that is just delicately fanning out in the foreground, which is drawing our attention. And then you go backwards into the scene, and each layer is just delicately softer and softer as you go back. It has just been so well seen and captured and composed, and outstanding communication. There's just such an amazing mood and feeling being of peace and tranquility, where this little branch is being allowed to actually grow and explore its own environment. I'm sitting on gold. I'd like you to come with me.
Thank you, Kay. I might just talk to Bex. Can I talk to you about your score and how you felt?
Yeah, look, I'm actually I got it quite far off that. I'm sitting here at 78, a really good solid bronze. When I first saw this image, I just went, oh, wow, it just gave me a really beautiful, like a warm feeling, even though it's cold. But I got closer and closer and closer, and it might just be my eyes, and I might need to just go and have another look, but I feel that it's been really highly overworked, and it's super over-sharpened, and I just feel like some of the digital bits are just perhaps falling apart a little bit in some of those trunks, and the details just a bit too stark there. I also have to think about, what has the photographer brought to the image? So, in my head, I'm like, okay, so you're in a forest and you've seen this, fab, and they have put it together they've composed it in this way, and they've handled the highlights and the exposure quite well, although there's no detail in some of those highlights there. But I'm just, yeah, I don't know. I see the delicate, I see it. It gives me a good feeling from away, and perhaps, you know, being a bit mean there, and to come up into that silver range, because it does give me some nice feelings, but I just feel the technicals there, and just the creative. It's a well-seen image. It's a well-seen scene. But yeah, I need to hear a bit more.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we're talking up to gold, so I'm quite happy to hear everyone have a chat. Are you ready one to Jackie?
So, yeah, I scored at 82, and the reason why I didn't score it higher was because of the high contrast, particularly on the right-hand tree. It seems that is pulling my eye out of the frame. I think that the contrast that's in the middle is the rhythm of 3 is quite beautiful. You might be talking me up into silver distinction. But I felt that right-hand tree was just a little bit too not delicately handled enough, but tight maybe.
Thank you, Jackie. Mika.
It was the delicacy of that branch and the sensitively handled contrast and depth that really appealed to me. I scored at 86, silver with distinction, and I'm happy with that. Particularly because I also felt that there were areas that were just a little bit over-processed, a little over-sharpened, and that was a little detracting to me. But I really love the central placement of that branch. I'm not too bothered by the asymmetry caused by the darkness of the tree on the right. This is nature, and that's how nature is. I'm listening, but I'm not sure that I can come up to gold.
Thank you. Janine.
Look, if that little branch had been a single little tree, I would have been right there in gold. But as this image came round, I so wanted to enjoy it. And then when I had a closer look, I was just not as emotionally invested. And perhaps for the reasons that the other judges have talked about. I was 82.
Thanks, Janine. So we've got Kate. You can write a reply.
Yeah, no, that's all good. Okay, so let's address a couple of the issues that have been raised or concerns that people have. The tree trunk on the right, to me, if you look at the placement of each of the other 3 trunks as you go through the image, they are just ever so slightly further back. So what that tree trunk on the right does is gives you a starting point that then leads you across into the image looking at the other ones. You're then brought back into the image with that branch that is extending out from the centre of the 3rd trunks. In terms of sharpening, I'm not really seeing that over sharpening. When you have I guess deep tones of bark, and then you get the snow, you're going to get those areas of contrast. And because of the delicate nature of the leaves and the tree spindly little twigs and everything, that's what you're going to get. So I really looked hard and I really couldn't see any over sharpening. I still find that that little central branch coming out is creating a little umbrella for all of the little growth that's happening underneath. And that real nugget is that man-made element in the scene, which is given its own individual little place in the scene. It's almost been spotlighted, highlighted in that area. The tonal range is just exquisite. Yeah, I mean, I've said it all before, so yeah, I'd encourage you to have another look, and I'm still asking for gold.
Thank you, Kay. So judges will get you to rescore. It was originally at 84. We've got a silver distinction at 86. Well done. That's fantastic to go up to another award range. That's fantastic. Could we please have the next image? So for all the audience that are watching, if they haven't filled out their little vote for who they'd prefer to get the Ian Pull Award for the best judge of the whole award system, there's a box out where the gallery is now at the moment. Just got one more score to come in. Here we go. We've got a silver award at 81. Okay, so no one wants to bump that up, do they? They've got the chance to. You happy with that? Brilliant. Okay, that is a silver award. Would love to get a comment from one of the judges who loved that. Thank you, Kay.
Yeah, I thought this was actually a quite nice scene image. I think for me, in terms of what could have improved it, is maybe timing. I think that red car is potentially in the wrong place within that frame to really make it create that contrast. I would have either liked to have seen it on the left coming in partially into the bluish area as creating that contrast of colour.
Thank you very much. That's a fantastic comment there, and that is the end of the landscape in camera category for 2022. Well done. Well done to all the judges. Huge big thank you to them, especially to the online, the ones who are viewing online, and especially in Australia. Thank you very much for giving us opportunity to host your beautiful images. It's put a real addition to us all and helped us pull our socks out even, I'd say. No, it was fantastic, and really, really appreciate everyone's hard work. Just a mention to all the judges and panel chairs to be just outside in the gallery at 4 o'clock for a big group photograph.
And a huge thank you to Simone and the two Belindas for panel chairing and doing a great job and keeping us awake and happy.
And to everyone at the back, thank you too.
Yeah, all the wonderful, wonderful people at the back.
And the bar's now open. It's after 3 o'clock.
Talking from a true landscape photographer. Well done to everyone online, and I hope you're all having your own celebrations back home with the beautiful awarded entries that you got. Well done. See you next year, hopefully.
Sorry.
That's it.
Thank you. Have you got Matt's as well? Thank you. Yeah, sitting there. Okay, I'll get out.
Before you run away, thank you. Just about two rooms finishing at the same time, so we just. Good world scenario. There's still another, it may be delayed slightly. Okay. Still another thing going.
Still going with commercial? We'll be here.
Yeah, the portrait icon's going to get judged on first. I've just said.
So what do you say? Just don't have a drink yet. Exactly.
Traces on the way, just in 2 rooms.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, just taking down on the backup for commercial as well. So
Right, I'll just see what they find. Yes, please. Thank you.
Huge.
I don't know who the judge are. Yeah,